waiting for council members Ham and Ward. Deputy City Clerk, have you heard from council members Ward and Ham?
I have not heard from either one.
Okay, we'll give them a couple, maybe another minute before we don't have a quorum, so a couple minutes. It's only 5:02 on my laptop here.
Chairperson Ferguson, this is Brian Brower in IT. Chris Ham.
Oh, great. All right, welcome, Councilmember Ham. We'll give maybe maybe half a minute to see if Councilmember Ward is going to jump on. City Clerk, would you like to go ahead and take roll call?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ham. Councilmember Ham. Doesn't look like he's connected. Councilmember James.
Here.
Councilmember Ward. Councilmember Ham. Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson.
Here.
Okay, we only have two.
Perhaps Councilmember Ward, Ham is muted. I see his name on the screen. Oh, there's Councilmember Ward is here. Shall we go ahead and try roll call again, City Clerk?
Yes. Councilmember Ham. Councilmember James.
Here.
Councilmember Ward. Councilmember Ward, are you muted? And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson.
Here. Possibly Mr. Brower in IT, could you maybe communicate with them via text and see if they need some assistance with the Zoom?
Will do. Reaching out.
Thank you so much.
Hello. Can you hear me now? Can anybody hear me now?
Yes, we can. Councilmember
I
Ham.
can, yes.
All right, City Clerk, would you like to try roll call again?
Okay, Councilmember Han,
Here again.
Councilmember James,
Here.
Councilmember Ward. Was that something? Councilmember Ward?
Present.
No, oh, okay. And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson.
Here.
Okay. And the first item on the agenda is closed session, but we have some comments to read if you'd like to hear them now.
Yes, please, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, the first comment is from Corinne Perkins. Dear City Council, thank you for taking the time to hear the concerns of our neighborhood. My name is Corinne Perkins, and my family has owned a house 3 doors up from 715 Avenida, Colombo since 1972. In 1983, a particularly wet winter caused a landslide, and as a result, the home at 717 slid into the canyon and severely damaged the property on either side of it. Since that time, 715 has been yellow tagged, sold, and resold many times, and even had a family living in it for a short time, with no attempt by any of the owners to make repairs to either the house or the slope. Owner after owner has tried to make money off this property without investing in our neighborhood. Here's the latest attempt. Then it references the website www.opendoor.com/home/715-avenida-colombo-san-clemente-ca-92672. If you open the link and look at the pictures, you can see the dilapidated state it is in. The glass slider in the back of the house has been shattered and allows free flow of trespassers, both those who illegally enter the property through the broken fence to look at it, to possibly purchase, and those who enter to hang out. I have personally contacted trespassers inside the property and asked them to leave. This house is not only a huge fire hazard with dead and overgrown trees and weeds, but it is also a city liability if not demolished. We have had 3 houses burned to the ground in the 1976 Camp Pendleton fire, and this property is a tinderbox waiting to burn. Please do right by our neighborhood by re-inspecting the property and redesignating it as a red tag, and demolishing the house or requiring the current owners to repair and comply with city codes of maintaining the property, including weed abatement, dead tree removal, and securing the property so that the neighbors do not have to deal with potential squatters, trespassers, and fire hazard. This is a short-term solution and a positive start. Moving forward, discussions should also include how we can repair our hillside to stabilize our residences, including the cul-de-sac, which is continuing to move and shift into the canyon, improve our property values, and prevent more damage in the future. 1983 was a long time ago, and we have lived with this eyesore and danger in our neighborhood for long enough. Thank you for your time and consideration. Next comment is from Holly Dale. Dear council members, I understand that in this COVID-19 world, you have many new and unfamiliar issues on your plate, pressing issues that require your time and ongoing attention. However, I urge you to take the time to carefully consider the demolition of the home at 715 Avenida, Colombo, which is before you tonight. I served on the San Clemente City Council from 1986 to 1990. During that time, the instability of the slide area on Colombo came before the council several times, but given that subject matter experts could not agree on a fix proposed by private landowners, no action was approved. Subsequently, the slide area grew in size and scope to the point where the cul-de-sac area became compromised and 715 uninhabitable. In fact, this home has been uninhabited for more than 15 years, and during this entire time it has been an unsightly, unsafe, and unhealthy eyesore. In the litigious world we live in, I completely understand not wanting to take on a fix for the street or the landslide. But I can understand why a derelict house that has been red tagged and then yellow tagged for almost 2 decades, and whose owner is amenable to the demolition, is still standing. My fellow neighbors on Colombo have been patient. We are a solid group of folks who understand the complexity of our situation. We live with the devaluation the geology of the street has wrought. But we should not have to live with an abandoned house that smacks of Appalachia. Had this house been in a different, more visible part of town, it would have been torn down years ago. The fact that it has not should be an embarrassment to everyone in the city. Our city's mission statement speaks of excellence and integrity and service with respect. It underscores maintaining a safe and healthy atmosphere in which to live, work, and play. Our Code Compliance Services Division is tasked with maintaining a safe, healthy environment for our residents and visitors, and our safety element assures us the city will protect the community from hazards. I regret the council was unable to find a solution to the complex geotechnical issues on Colombo during my tenure. But the question before you today is not a complex one. It is really very simple. Should the decaying remains of a derelict home be abated or not? What is the message we want to convey to our kids and our fellow San Clementians? Please help us reclaim our neighborhood and ensure our ability to remain a vital and vibrant part of the city we love. Thank you for this opportunity to comment. Next is a comment from Bob and Chris Lenz. City Council members, we live across the street from this abandoned house. The house has been deteriorating for well over a decade. It has become a neighborhood eyesore and quite dangerous. The slide it sits on continues to slowly slough off, and it may only be a matter of time before a good portion of the house is at the bottom of the canyon. There are also dead trees and a large pile of brush sitting on the side of the house, creating fire hazards. The overgrown landscaping is infested with rats. Last year, rats chewing the wiring on our car, which was parked on the adjacent property. It cost us $1,200 to have it repaired. This property is up for sale quite often. When it does go on the market, it draws hundreds of people who come by to check it out. At least 80% of them trespass. These days, it is not too difficult to enter the property as the fencing is falling apart also. People climb on the outside walls, which have partly gone down the hill as a result of the slide. None of the property is safe and should have been red tagged many years ago. Our neighbor and good friend owns the vacant lot adjacent to this property. He has a locked gate with a no trespassing sign on it, and people still climb over this low wall to get a look at the slide from another angle. I filed a complaint in March 2013, CRM 13-030001. I was told that someone had looked at the property and they would get back to me with what action would be taken. I never got a reply. This property has been in continuous ruin for way too long. It is devaluing our worth of our home as well as the homes of our neighbors. It is time for the city to take action to remove this dangerous and unsightly house and secure the property. Next is a comment from Richard Dale. I would like to address the City Council in regards to the abandoned property at 715 Avenida, Colombo, and San Clemente. There is an abandoned home at this location that has been vacant for many years. As we understand it, the owner lives out of state and has no intention of fixing up this residence. Evidently, the absentee owner is trying to get the city to tear down the property, and then the city would put a lien on his future sale of the lot. I am living on Avenida, Colombo, and I can assure you that this property has been a blight on our street and in our community that really needs to be addressed as soon as possible. My wife, family, and I have been residents of Avenida, Colombo since 1976, and we have a dedicated neighborhood watch program, and all neighbors are friendly and get along well. We do not deserve to have this home at 715 a public nuisance and an eyesore on our street. There has been no upkeep or yard maintenance for many years that I can see. We are concerned about the rise in the number of rats seen in recent years, perhaps attributed to this abandoned home. Lately, we have noticed an abnormal number of people driving down Avenida, Colombo and stopping to look at this property. I can only assume that the owner intends to sell the house and lot. We as neighbors are also concerned that we will have undesirable people crashing the house and living there illegally. As a dedicated member of the Boys and Girls Club Board, Family Assistance Ministries Boards, AYSO Board, as well as a member of the city's golf committee, I can assure you that my desire to have this property demolished goes beyond my personal feelings, but rather to the fine community of residents living on Avenida, Colombo. Please help us. Next is communication from Vanita and Gil Marino. Dear City Council, thank you for taking the time to hear the concerns of our neighborhood. We are Vanita and Gil Marino, who own the home at 713 Avenida, Colombo, and stand united with our neighbors to rectify this awful situation. Since purchasing this home years ago, we have been baffled to why the city would allow such a structure to exist. Over the years, it's only gotten worse. The blight is hurting our home values and needs to be demolished. We echo the many sentiments of our neighbors regarding this eyesore. As you can see in the attached Google image, the house is a health and safety problem for us living right next door, our neighbors, and the city at large. The city has neglected to have annual complete maintenance on the property, therefore completing an enormous fire hazard that could affect many lives and homes residing on the canyon. The excessive amount of dead brush, trees, and weeds have led to an infestation of rodents and now invade our yard. The feces from rodents and canyon critters has led to an unfavorable stench coming from the property. Another major concern is the accessibility to the house for locals and homeless. Currently, there is zero security to keep the property from being a safe haven for trespassers. We have personally contacted trespassers inside the property and asked them to leave. Many attempts to red tag the property have been ignored. This action alone would ensure that visitors do not enter the property, thus decreasing the liability. Please do right by our neighborhood by re-inspecting the property and redesignating it as a red tag and demolishing the house. The city's municipal code is very detailed on how to abate a dangerous structure, which allows the city to lien the property. We request this dangerous situation be abated expeditiously by the city. That's all I have unless Laura received a late one.
Thank you, Joanne. Laura, have you received any other comments? Laura, have you received any other comments tonight? Oh, maybe she's on mute, Joanne.
Okay, well that's all I have.
I do. Can you hear me?
Oh, now we can. Yes, Laura. Do you have some more?
I do. Yeah. I have one last comment.
Okay, thank you.
Jane Zeke. Dear Council, my husband and I have lived on Avenida, Colombo for 25 years now. In 1996, on a clear winter day, the first slide happened and the house was severely damaged. It had been raining hard previously in the week. Over the years, the soil and house has slid more and more. I do have a BS in geology, so I know a little about the history of San Clemente landslides and soil. I live on the cut side of street as opposed to the fill side. I have watched the house really deteriorate over the years, and it has safety concerns, makes our property values decrease, and is an eyesore. Among the many things that irritate me about the house, the main concern and anger I have is as follows, in no particular order. Number one, the fire hazard. Every year I get a letter saying that if I don't remove brush and clear my slope, I will be fined. It costs me hundreds, if not thousands of dollars every year to become compliant with the fire authority and the city by clearing my slope and property. The house at 715 Avenida, Colombo always has 6 feet high in a slope, has weeds 6 feet high in a slope that has not been cleared in decades. What is left of the slope. The roof is old shingles that is just a tinderbox ready to become a firestorm. Weeds everywhere. This makes me very angry when I go out front to see this house. It looks like a big pile of dead and dry timber and no one does anything about it. I've tried to reach out to the city and homeowner on multiple occasions and nothing is done about it. The homeowner is rude to me on the phone and refuses to talk to me. Number two, rat and rodent problem. Because of the weeds and lack of care, the rodents have become a particular problem. This creates an unsafe environment for all of us. I have grandchildren now. Because of the coyotes, I cannot have a cat like I used to in the 90s that would catch the rats. They are really a problem as of late. 3, fencing, not safe. There are gaps in the fencing. It's usually accessible to anyone who wants to enter. I would not trust my dog to go anywhere near that property. I used to worry when I had teenage kids that they would go to the property because they were curious. This house really needs to be red tagged. I went over there last month because I could see the fence was open and people had been entering the house. I only went in the backyard and could hear the ground cracking. The back patio tile is falling off the cliff, sheer drop off. I was really scared you could hear the movement and the sound of a house moving. Very unsettling. I would not risk my life going into that house again, and I'm not exaggerating. The house is moving. Yes, ultimately gravity gets us all at some point. The house will fall and more land will slide, but you really want the house to be attached to the property when that happens. It is only a matter of time. So until the house is removed and the slope is mitigated, this house is a hazard and a big eyesore. I'm hoping that it won't take another 25 years for something to be done about this house. I see the owner trying to sell it to poor souls who don't know any better. Very sad. Luckily, no one is dumb. It will take someone with lots of money to fix that property, but first it has to be torn down and the slope to be reinforced. Thank you for taking the time to read this letter. I know many of my neighbors are also upset, and angry for many reasons. And that's all I have for public comments.
Okay, thank you very much, Laura, for reading that additional comment. City Attorney, do you have any announcements before we adjourn to closed session?
Well, thanks, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. All the details of the announcements that we need to make are listed in the agenda itself.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. And can we go ahead and have a motion to adjourn to closed session?
Motion to adjourn to closed session.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Councilmember James and a second by Councilmember Ham to adjourn to closed session. Let's vote. Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Councilmember James?
Aye.
And I'm also an aye. So we adjourn to closed session, 5-0 vote. Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, perfect. I don't see, oh, there we go, Councilmember Ward. I see she's here. Let's go ahead and call the meeting to order at 6:13, and welcome back to the council meetings, everyone. We've had 6 weeks off for a summer meeting break, and welcome all of you back. I see a lot of you tuning in tonight, and welcome back to all the students in school today, and good luck to everyone. Let's go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember James, could you lead us in the pledge?
Yes.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for
which
which
it
it stands,
one nation,
One nation,
under God,
under God,
God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
is for all.
Okay, thank you so much, Councilmember James. City Clerk, would you like to do the roll call?
Yes. Councilmember Ham,
Here.
Councilmember James,
Here.
Councilmember Ward, Councilmember Ward.
Here.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson.
Here.
Okay. The first item on the agenda is a toll road update.
So this is Eric Sund, interim city manager. I have no updates at this point. We'll communicate that Senator Bates's bill, SB 1373, was continued to the legislative calendar for 2021. So we'll be looking forward to that. That's all I have to report at this time as it relates to toll road.
So, Councilmember Ward, you probably have something. Can I go first?
Yes, go ahead.
I have a couple of things to say in regards to the toll road and the TCA. There are 24 board positions at the TCA. 18 of the board members are on committees. San Clemente is the only city not represented on a committee on the TCA. We have been intentionally excluded. Recently, in closed session, without Councilmember Ward, with Councilmember Ward being excluded, the Foothill board members appropriated $650,000 for legal expenses to be used against our city. In the past 4 years, our city has collected more than $2.2 million in development impact fees. So with all that being said, with litigation pending against us, with the TCA creating a war chest to be used against our city, I would like to make a motion for us to consider at our September 1st council meeting impounding all future development impact fees paid to pass through the city to the TCA. And I would say we impact those fees, we impact those development fees, we lockbox them, and we hold them until this litigation is passed. They're not playing fair with us, and we need to be able to defend ourselves. And for that, I look for a second, please.
So this is Councilmember Ward. I have a question of Scott. Is that something that the council could take action on now at this point in the meeting, Scott?
I think at any point in the meeting, including this time, the motion to bring something back with
Two-member consensus? for a preliminary report, it would be in order. And I think that's what Jean's motion was. We got back as a preliminary consideration where we give you an overview of options and then the council could get more specific follow-up items if it chose to. But yeah, this would be a two-member consensus that I think is in order if the mayor agrees.
Okay, well, I would be in consensus with that. I would agree with Councilmember James. It is frustrating that we are not on any committees. I was told it was because we are in litigation with TCA, but I think that that can be separated. Certainly the operations of the toll road and intentions of what they want to do in the future, our city should be involved in those and be able to lend our voice to that discussion. What has been wrong all along is that we have not been in those committees, and we weren't on them even before any litigation was filed, as it was in 2017. So this isn't anything new, but collectively, Councilmember James and I have been told that we probably have no hope of being on a committee as long as we're in litigation. I think we certainly can separate that and do the things, the operations of the toll road that are necessary, and we're quite able to do that. So I would be in consensus with the suggestion that Councilmember James has brought up.
Thank you, Councilmember Ward. I have a comment in the legality of these STIFs, the development impact fees that need to be collected. I mean, that's the law. That's what we need to do. We need to, unless we try to change the law, we're going to pursue changing the law rather than looking into a lockbox of these. We're just opening us up to a lawsuit anyhow. And at this point, I don't see how critical it is considering we're built out and, you know, you collect these diffs on the new development or major remodels. If they're large enough square footage, then the person doing the project needs to pay that fee. But it's maybe I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. Councilmember Ward, you probably know most since you've been on the toll road board the longest. But I just don't see the impact of this at this stage.
Well, this is Mayor Pro Tem. This is here for discussion. I only needed a second to forward this on for discussion at our September 1st board council meeting.
Thank you, Councilmember James, for clarifying that. And my comments still stand. So do we have a second to Councilmember? Oh, I see Councilmember Ham. Do you have a comment? I thought I saw your box light up. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
I was under the impression Kathy seconded it, and then I would love to give support for it as well, so we have a majority of council, so staff actually puts some time into this and brings it back as an agenda item.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Ham. All right, let's go ahead and take a roll call on that motion. Councilmember Jean James made the motion, and Councilmember Ham seconded it. So Councilmember Ward?
Do we need a vote on this? There is a motion and a second to take it for discussion and review.
For the city attorney?
Yeah, hey,
oh, yes, we're good for the policy. You're right. Okay, thank you.
Well, yes, but if we want staff to actually come back with some detailed information, we do need to take a vote and have a majority, have it not just be a placeholder on the agenda.
Okay,
that's why
thank you.
I second the motion, so we can vote on it and we can have staff come back with some details.
Very good. Thank you.
Aye.
All right, Councilmember Ward? We'll come back to Councilmember Ward. Councilmember Han?
Aye.
Okay, and Councilmember James?
Aye.
Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Thank you. And I'm a no on that one. So that motion passes 3-1 with Ferguson voting no. Okay, thank you. Next item. City Clerk? Oh, she might be.
Yes. Hello? Hello?
Hi, we hear you.
Oh, you do hear me? Okay. Next is an update on CityNet and homeless issue, and I do have one comment. I don't know if you want it now or after the update.
I think it'd be great to hear now, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Of course. Okay, this communication is from Rebecca Newman. She is President, League of Women Voters of Orange Coast. The League of Women Voters of Orange Coast applauds your permanent local housing allocation 5-year plan as noted on the official city webpage. Quote, the city of San Clemente would use the PLHA funds to assist persons who are experiencing or at risk of homelessness. The services included rapid rehousing, supportive case management, rental assistance, and operating costs for a navigation center that would provide consolidated service assistance for people to obtain and retain housing, end quote. The 2019 United Way Point in Time count reports a total of 145 individuals living unsheltered, 96, or sheltered, 49, in San Clemente. Currently, your city webpage only lists 2 options for resident assistance. Gilchrist House Family Assistance Ministries, a traditional shelter for single women with children under 10 years old, and the Salvation Army South County Family Services. We understand that San Clemente contracts with CityNet for outreach to homeless residents. Their June 2020 dashboard reports for last month 272 outreach contacts to 97 unique individuals. While we commend this outreach, CityNet also reports on the dashboard that all the shelter placements, 23, were located outside of San Clemente. San Clemente members of the League of Women Voters of Orange Coast are aware that on July 16, 2020, the San Clemente City Council received a draft resolution from staff requesting authorization to apply for SB2 grant funds. The PLHA funds, as presented in the resolution and stated in your 5-year plan, would assist San Clemente in building and or providing housing for this vulnerable homeless or housing challenged population. CARES, Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act funds are also available for local governments to assist individuals and families that are at high risk from COVID-19. These funds are to purchase and rehabilitate housing such as hotels, motels, and vacant apartment buildings for homeless residents. Your city can also use these funds to provide hotel-motel vouchers for homeless families and individuals, operate emergency shelters, provide essential services, and hopefully prevent individuals from becoming homeless. Our league position on homelessness states that we support N1, emphasis on affordable housing, including supportive housing and subsidized rentals, and permanent supportive housing should be the goal for those who are homeless. National League meeting basic needs position. Support programs and policies to prevent or reduce poverty and to promote self-sufficiency for individuals and families. Support income assistance programs based on need that provide decent, adequate standards for food, clothing, and shelter. And we are past the 3 minutes now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, City Clerk.
And we have 2 more comments that just came in.
Okay, please, Laura, that'd be wonderful.
Okay, next comment is from Donna Vidrine. Yesterday, a gathering of San Clemente concerned with homelessness met, and there was a good discussion with business owners, community leaders, nonprofit service organizations, a deputy from the Orange County Sheriff's Department, a homeless liaison officer working with San Clemente homeless as his main duty. Some shared ideas included 1, a secure, safe parking lot for those living in their cars to park at night with supervision provided safe at night, a program successful in other cities like San Clemente. 2, day center to provide access to support services for San Clemente's homeless population. 3, partnering with the County of Orange and Project Home Key to locate and purchase local buildings for supportive housing with case managers to assist the homeless engage in supportive services such as healthcare, mental health services, addiction problems, legal aid, and money management. We have another meeting scheduled for September 14th at 4 p.m. at the Senior Center in San Clemente. We invite CityNet and others to join our community meeting on San Clemente homelessness as we work to problem solve together. Donna Vidrine. And my final comment is from Jackie Tranny. Hello, council members, city staff, and San Clemente community members. My name is Jackie Tranny. I'm a 23-year resident homeowner in San Clemente. With regard to item 1B, update on CityNet homeless issue, I want to inform you that a group of concerned residents are meeting monthly to search for positive ways to impact the homelessness challenge. At yesterday's meeting, CityNet's San Clemente caseworkers received praise from one of our OCSD homeless liaison officers who has personally observed their consistent efforts. The consensus of the group, however, is that more actual housing opportunities are desperately needed in order to meet the needs. Counseling individuals without having adequate housing resources is a very meager Band-Aid. With the pandemic's economic impact, it is likely that even more individuals and families will become homeless. Our group discussed some fairly simple strategies to help. First, establishing a safe parking location in the city. We have contacts who are running successful programs and have published a detailed manual for how to make it work for the benefit of the community as a whole. One group even offered to operate it if we can find the space. Second, opening a part-time day center. We could apply for grants to rent a small office on a bus route. This point of contact would facilitate homeless individuals' ability to build relationships, receive assessment and case management, and get mail. Such a place was run for a few years by iHope. There were no complaints from neighbors. The center closed only because the building was sold. Third, there is a need for many landlords to be willing to rent at fair market rates to individuals who receive housing vouchers. The waiting list for housing is years long due to insufficient numbers of affordable units and willing landlords. With this in mind, I urge broad public attendance at the joint study session of City Council and Planning Commission for the inclusionary housing in-lieu fee. The date and time need to be fully publicized. I'm available to give in-depth information and important contact information at your request. And that's all I have for public comments.
Great, thank you, Laura. And do we have the update for the homeless issue? Is CityNet here today? We had them coming back today on the minutes from July 7. Are they here, Eric?
Unfortunately not, Mayor Pro Tem. They will be able to make the first meeting in September where they'll report on July and August.
Okay, do you have an update for us, Eric?
Really quickly, we just posted the updated information related to CityNet based on the council's direction with those performance measures. So that's up on our website for the month of July. And then I believe that the contract for CityNet is almost finalized and executed. And when it is, it'll be posted on our homeless webpage as well for the public to reference. That's all I have to report at this time.
Okay, thank you, Eric. And just to follow up, would that include the metrics for the performance of CityNet?
That is correct.
Okay, all right, so we'll be signing that soon. Okay, thank you for the update. Joanne?
Okay, yes. The next item is monthly financial report for June 2020.
Our Finance Services Officer, Jake Ron, will do the presentation. Jake?
All right. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. My name is Jake Ron. I'm the Financial Services Officer, as Eric said. As part of the regular financial updates to council, Finance is presenting a very preliminary report for fiscal year 2020. Just so you know, the report can be somewhat confusing since all the activity for fiscal year 2020 has not been recorded yet. A final close won't be completed till the end of September, which is when all the accrual activity will be completed and a final year-end report will be prepared and presented to council. So generally, Finance does not see any major concerns at this point that would cause us to revise the ending projected fund balance for the fiscal year. In the 2021 budget, page 79, we were anticipating to end the fiscal year with $18.1 million for fiscal year 2020, and we see no reason to revise that amount. Now I'll briefly talk about the revenues and the expenditures as listed in the report. So revenues are at 93% of the amount projected to be received for fiscal year 2020. However, substantial activity still needs to be recorded for June receipts that won't be received until July and August. We tried to highlight a couple of those for property tax and sales tax. Based on the June 30th actual amounts reported, which are prior to any of those accruals, staff does not see any major areas of concern in ending the year close to the projected amounts. Property taxes are going to actually slightly exceed the projected amount, and sales taxes are anticipated to come in slightly lower, but the final amount really isn't known, and it won't be known until a little later next week when we receive the final August receipt for sales tax. which relates to the old fiscal year. So there might be a little bit of weakness, and that's primarily caused by the governor's 90-day deferral and the 12-month payment plan. We just don't have the information on that. They're not really breaking out the information, and we haven't gotten the final receipt, so we're still going through that. Other revenues are generally in line with the projected amounts. We're still waiting for accruals for transient occupancy tax, franchise fees, and various other revenues to be recorded. Overall, we're anticipating revenues should come in within 1% of the projected revenues for fiscal year 2020. All right, and moving on to expenditures. Expenditures are at 91% of the amount projected to be spent in fiscal year 2020. For expenditures, they're a little bit different than the revenues. We're constantly recording that activity, so that's kind of, I'll call it the most recent up-to-date amounts, and there's really not a way to, I'll call it, stop that time frame very easily. Generally, we're in line with the projected amounts. Some additional savings will be recognized in salary and benefits because, again, we've kind of closed out all the salary and benefits for the last year. There's really not going to be any more payrolls for last year. Supplies, contract services, there was some savings under the police contract, and there will be likely some savings under other charges. One thing I do want to note, and it might look a little odd, is the $71.1 million. You might go, oh, that's a lot higher than the revenues. Just keep in mind that $71.1 million includes one-time costs, and those one-time costs include capital projects, toll road costs, one-time UAL payments that we made, and various other non-recurring costs. One of them was also the special election. So although it looks a lot bigger, there's really one-time costs that are factored in for that. So with that, I'll go ahead and open it up to any questions that council members might have.
Okay, council members, do you have any questions? Comments? Hearing none. Jake, I'd like to just ask you, when you do have all of the accruals of the various revenue sources, could you do a year-over-year comparison for the public from June of 2019 and June 2020? I think that would be, I think, very informative for people to see in all the major revenue categories. I understand that probably won't be till August or September. Is that something you could do?
Yeah, that's something we can do, and typically I think we do that as part of the, I'll call it the year-end fiscal state of the city type report. So we'll go ahead and put that together, and we can give you any updates that we might run into or any concerns just by email or that type of stuff. But I don't anticipate any issues or anything like that. So.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the update tonight.
All right, you're welcome.
Thank you, Jake.
Okay, the next item is economic development update.
You know what? This is Chris. I was going to ask that we combine the economic development update with item 9D. So since they're pretty similar, we hear them both under 9D.
I agree with that.
Suggestion?
Okay,
I'm fine with that.
all right.
Yep, do that. Okay, perfect.
Okay, oral communications, part 1. Members of the public who wish to address comments to council on matters that are within the jurisdiction of the City of San Clemente, but not separately listed on the agenda, will receive the comments at this time. The first is from Scott Anderson of San Clemente. Please do not take up the parking spaces in front of the Del Mar Post Office for restaurant seating, as perhaps 100 or more postal customers use those parking spaces for picking up their mail and mailing packages from the post office on a daily basis. These spaces are used constantly during the day. If the spaces are taken up the evening hours, that is okay. But during the day, you are prohibiting access to an essential, basic, and fundamental public service. The next comment is from Todd Sinclair, resident of North Beach. Last week, the city prohibited access to the Avenida Del Mar Post Office by blocking off direct parking access to the Avenida Del Mar Post Office so that H.H. Cottons could use these parking spaces for outdoor dining. 18 U.S. Code subsection 1701, obstruction of mails generally. Whoever knowingly and willfully obstructs or retards the passage of the mail or conveyance carrying the mail shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 6 months or both. Is San Clemente following the law? Next comment is from Bonnie Barnes. City Manager, City Council members, and candidates. The city has been noticed multiple times of the city's responsibility to maintain year-round maintenance of 100-foot fire zones along the Ridgeline Trail, which is paved utility road. State mandate PRC 4291A, effective January 2010, says that whoever owns, leases, controls, operates, or maintains buildings or structures on or adjoining mountainous, brush, or grassy-covered lands in very severe high fire zones shall maintain 100-foot fire zones along each side of associated structures or buildings. The city maintains, regulates, operates, and controls the Ridgeline Trails, municipal, utilities, and recreational amenities. Likewise, commercial businesses own, control, operate, and maintain the structures and buildings of private-owned utilities along the Ridgeline Trail. Therefore, the city and service vendors are responsible for providing the fire zone maintenance along the Ridgeline Trail. The state mandate, effective January 2010, indicates that the city has been non-compliant for over 10 years. The city has been billed and owes RSCCA $52,700 for the cost of maintaining the fire zone this year. Please remit the past due check to RSCCA. Revenues to pay for fire zone maintenance may be generated from the numerous utilities and services stationed along this utility road. Annual fire zone fees may be included in annual permit fees, leases, owners, and vendors whose business benefit from fire zone protection. Examples of utilities and vendors include 5 water towers and pump stations, municipal power and transmission facilities, municipal sirens, San Diego Gas and Electric, Verizon, Crown Castle, American Towers, AT&T, T-Mobile, cell towers, antennas, and macros, OCFA fire alert cameras, and other service providers. The city manager, council members, and candidates are urged to comply with PRC 4291A and will be held accountable respectfully. Bonnie Barnes. Okay. Laura, do you want to read this one?
Yep, absolutely. Next comment is from Paula Cole. Good evening, everyone. My name is Paula Cole, and I'm the chairman of the San Clemente Human Affairs Committee. I've been on the committee since 2017 and have participated in the Social Services Grant Award process for 3 years. Each year, all 7 Human Affairs Committee members visit and interview each nonprofit organization in the city that has applied for and or received grants, and then we present our findings at our February meeting. At the end of the February meeting, 2 committee members, as well as a city council member and anyone from the public attending the meeting, are presented with the budgeted dollars from the city's general fund, and then we divide up this funding based on many factors, including community need for service, length of time in operation, reputation, community support, cost effectiveness, and feasibility. These recommendations are then passed on to City Council, who usually award the amounts we have proposed. Attached is a slide of the outcomes of those grant award proposals for the last 3 years. Due to anticipated revenue reductions in fiscal year 2021, our general fund award recommendation of $54,000 was deleted from the 2021 budget. There was scant discussion about this, if any, during the 2.5-hour budget workshop on May 27th, and we do not believe the City Council was given the specific information that the nonprofit organizations and programs on the slide were not awarded any funds at all. There was some mention of homeless issues, but the cure for those issues was through CityNet and the FAM homeless program, which were addressed by other budgets. As you can see, these organizations serve about 25,000 San Clemente residents, or 38% of the city, although most residents in need do take advantage of more than one program, so the percentage may be somewhat lower. However, now when COVID-19 has taken people's jobs, income, food, and homes away, is not the time to increase their suffering by denying funding to the organizations they will be turning to and who are poised, especially now, to help. The Human Affairs Committee will be addressing this issue in the coming months and welcome any ideas for our citizens to help get this $54,000 back immediately. Maybe the various county and state grants, which will be discussed in Agenda Item 6K, can replenish that $54,000. And the list of organizations that were defunded: Age Well Senior Services, Assistance League of Capo Valley, Boys and Girls Club, Christ Lutheran and St. Clement's, Laundry Love, COA, FAM, I-5 Freedom Network, Parent to Parent, BILY, Pregnancy Resource Center, High School Grad Night, San Clemente Village, and Wellness and Prevention. The next comment is an anonymous comment. Why is the City Council, except for Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson, protecting Eric Sund instead of the taxpayers' money? What happened to civility and professionalism? Fencing, beach parking, sand in the skate park, lawsuit after lawsuit, one bad decision after another. Yet why so atypically protect a public employee? Now Sund, BBK, the city attorney, and 3 council members are trying to unseat the officially named mayor. What's causing such divisiveness? Here is some background that may help. Mayor Pro Tem is a former employee who is exposing the mismanagement at City Hall. Sund and BBK refused to provide information requested, which is insubordination, forcing Mayor Pro Tem to obtain facts via Public Information Act requests. Sund and BBK are some of the highest paid in OC, yet are costing the taxpayers more money in settlements and lawsuits than the history of the city. They have already lost harassment settlements costing over $500,000 in damages, not including the city's investigation and attorney fees. And at least 2 more lawsuits alleging harassment, discrimination, and retaliation are in process, both naming Sund as the perpetrator. The previous city council was aware of these issues as far back as 2016, and they did nothing. Hammond Ward believes Sund is doing a great job and protect him vehemently. Why? Judging by the damages from the last settlements, these next 2 will cost us taxpayers millions. There are many employees and former employees who will attest to labor laws broken, mismanagement, and hostile workplace when called as witnesses. So why are we keeping him? Stop being drinking buddies with Eric. Stop the divisive politics. Stop costing us money. Get rid of the bad management. Next comment is from James Hogan. Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson speaks the truth while the other council members sit back in an airplane and hope it doesn't crash, clueless about the actions in the cockpit and the experts tossed out of the baggage chute. The acting city manager has directed our city on a collision course it cannot survive if we don't support change now. As stated by a San Clemente community activist who cares, without an overhaul of those making decisions from a management level on down, we will continue to struggle. The dilapidated state of the former OCSD substation was no mistake. The exodus of long-term city employees with institutional knowledge was no mistake. Sand in the skate park that made national news was no mistake. Former staff lawsuits claiming HR refused to investigate claims was no mistake. All these disasters happened under the management of Sund, and the majority of the community knows it as well as Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson. I have no clue what the others are thinking. Please hire a permanent city manager and stop enabling internal corruption by city management. In 76 days, there will be 3 new council members voted into office. As a community and council, we must demand better and we must see change. The community supports Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson. Please keep standing up to those who cause our city harm, lawsuits, and financial drain. Next comment is from Camille Wyatt. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson and fellow council members. At the last council meeting, there was talk apparently in closed session and then later in open session about removing Laura Ferguson as Mayor Pro Tem. I can't imagine how or why this would be considered or thought of as a productive move during these fluid and unusual times of COVID-19. I strongly support Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson. I appreciate the fact that she's continually kept her campaign promises and strived for transparent governance in our beloved city of San Clemente. Not only is she an advocate for the residents, but she consistently replies to emails that concerned citizens send her, unlike the other council members and or the acting city manager. I hope she remains as Mayor Pro Tem, and I appreciate her tenacity to do the people's business. Thank you very much. Camille Wyatt, San Clemente resident. Next comment is from Gina Borchers. Dear fellow residents, I've written this note in support of Laura Ferguson. I plan to answer 3 questions. Question number 1, who's Laura Ferguson? For 18 years, Laura held the powerful position of Public Information Officer. In her position, Laura was trusted with our city's highest level of confidence. She worked with many city managers and assistant city managers over those 18 years. Even today, Laura is working as an assistant to another city manager in her day job. It's obvious that Laura has no problem working with upper management, even if that truth is currently being misrepresented. We are lucky to have a knowledgeable, devoted, longtime employee of Laura's caliber on our city council. Question number 2, why is Laura being attacked? Laura is being attacked to create a smokescreen and direct your attention away from transgressions of other city council members. Unlike other council members, Laura has not been accused of any crimes. She's never missed a meeting. She knows the laws. She reads the agenda materials, and she is always prepared with questions and comments. What is there to attack? We, the voters, will not be so easily distracted. Question number 3. What is the issue with Laura's use of email communication? I believe I know the answer, and I will explain the email elephant in the room. But first, let us all agree, email is the world's preferred form of communication. If I insisted on a phone call instead of a text or email, I would never hear from my sons or my doctor or the auto club. Every major industry, be it banking, investment, medical, and schools, has dropped phone service and uses email communication. Now for the elephant in the room that I promised. I know why email is such an issue. When I worked for the city of San Clemente, I was told directly by upper management, don't put anything in writing. But we are not the CIA nor a drug cartel. We are local city government. It is our job to provide fair and accurate services in a transparent manner. Don't put anything in writing. It was shocking then, it is shocking now. But it does explain a lot, especially about the email issue. So I've told you who Laura is, why she's being attacked, and why her choice of email communication is such a sore point. Please consider this simple and honest information. Laura Ferguson deserves her position on City Council, and we, the voters, want to hear what Laura has to say. Sincerely, the Borchers, 34-year San Clemente resident, 15-year former San Clemente employee. The next comment is from Susan Smith. It has come to our attention that a Verizon macro tower is being planned through the City Planning Commission to be located at 380 West Pico without CEQA and against the city local coastal program, city land use plan, and the West Pico corridor specific plan. This letter and statement serves as our objection and protest to the proposed towers because it is an inappropriate location for such use and build. According to the city LUP LCP as approved by the Coastal Commission and the West Pico corridor specific plan, the proposed tower and property reside along the Coastal View corridor. Further, the proposed development sits adjacent to the Los Molinos waterway, aka spillway, which is an environmentally sensitive area protected by the Coastal Act. The City of San Clemente LCP Amendment 1 through 16 dated February 8, 2018, Section 102 statutory requirement states Section 15265 of the state EIR guidelines exempt local governments from the provision of the Coastal Environmental Quality Act relative to the preparation and adoption of local coastal programs. This does not imply that development projects which are consistent with the adopted coastal element are exempt from environmental analysis. Where policies of the coastal element overlap, the policy which is most protective of the coastal resources shall take precedence. For a reminder, the Los Molinos spillway is extremely environmentally sensitive, with millions of local tax dollars having been spent to contain the area and provide clean runoff into the oceans here in San Clemente, which are documented to be some of the worst in SoCal. For multiple reasons related to the City LUP, the City LCP is approved by the Coastal Commission and the West Pico Corridor Specific Plan, it is inappropriate to locate the proposed Verizon macro tower at 380 West Pico. The entire goal of the LCP is the enhancement and preservation of our local coastal resources. It is unclear as to why the City Planning Commission plans to subvert the Coastal Commission's application process for environmental review, especially after last year's debacle of the improperly placed homeless camp on the same lot. It is inevitable that our city will be subject to fines from the Coastal Commission for not following state and federal guidelines as related to CEQA, should the Planning Commission choose to move forward with the Verizon macro tower development at 380 West Pico. It is inappropriate to locate the Verizon macro towers in the Coastal View corridor adjacent to a sensitive waterway without an environmental application and review. Our city would be better served to find an alternative and more suitable location for Verizon's macro towers that would not impair the Coastal View corridor, which is supposed to be a protected gem for San Clemente. And let's see, the next comment is from Stephen Marshall. I would like to thank Gene James for publicly apologizing for his past transgressions at the last meeting and reaching across the aisle to ensure council is conducting the business of the city without playing politics or petty squabbling. He is 100% right that the city has been labeled, even by our own Orange County Sheriff Don Barnes, as dysfunctional. I can tell you that the citizenry has felt the same way ever since Dan Bain left. It is true that we need to hire an excellent city manager, and prospective applicants may be scared away if they see a dysfunctional council. Jean, your comments reflect true leadership, and I'm glad I voted for you. On the other hand, I'm very disappointed to have heard the very unprofessional outburst by Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson, and I'm sorry to say that I voted for her. Laura has shown her true colors, and I can now see that she ran solely on the basis that she has some sort of personal vendetta against Eric's son, who, by her own admission, she has a history with from when she was a city employee. If I was Dan Bain, I would be pissed knowing that she rode my coattail to get elected for this. She's going to human resources. What council member does that? She's abusing her role as a city council member to advance her own personal agenda and is putting the city in a precarious legal situation by doing so, which taxpayers will end up paying for. We elected her to be a taxpayer advocate, not to grind her axe. I encourage the other 3 council members to immediately vote her out of any leadership role, as she does not represent what us constituents would want on our council. Laura Ferguson is the dysfunction in San Clemente City Council and should immediately step down and resign. I believe I have one more comment that just came in. Bear with me one second. All right, and one final comment. Jean, on July 7th, toward the end of the council meeting, you basically gave a speech on respect and dignity. You also talked about representing the city and being great as the city is great. I understand at this point there are allegations, but you've been silent. I understand you may be advised not to talk about the allegations, but you owe the great military, the council, and the people an explanation. This is something you should have done moment 1 of this meeting. These allegations, whether true or false, is another black eye in an already dysfunctional council. Be about what you were talking about the previous meeting. The people deserve an explanation. And that's all I have for public comments.
Thank you very much, Laura, for reading those. I would like to ask the city attorney regarding a couple of comments of the speakers pertaining to some legal implications for the city, Scott. The one was the blocking of parking spots in front of the U.S. Post Office, and the other was regarding the trail and the fire hazard along the trails. And there was some laws that were cited. Would you be able to look into that for us?
Yeah, I could. Mayor Pro Tem and Council, if you'd like, I could give you just a synopsis of what those issues are about and,
okay,
and follow up
please.
in greater detail. The first we'll follow up on, I'm sure it relates to postal facilities on federal property. And I don't pause to think that the reconfiguration and recommitment of parking downtown has violated any of that, but we'll certainly follow up with Mr. Vonnegut to make sure that we're not talking about federal right-of-way that we've altered the use of. Thanks for bringing that attention. The second item relating to the maintenance of trails, we'll provide you our responses to the association. They've raised those issues with us a couple of times. We've met and talked about that. The construction of the law that was in Ms. Barnes' letter relies on the conclusion that the trail is a structure, and the owner of a structure is regarded to provide fuel modification around that structure. But the city's position and our position, having looked at this in quite some detail, is that the trail does not constitute a structure and is not subject to those provisions of state law. So we've prepared a response to the association, and we'll copy you with that as it goes out.
Okay, thank you very much, Scott, for providing that.
You're welcome.
Okay. The next item on the agenda, can we have a motion to waive reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances?
I'll make that motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councilmember Ward. So we have a motion and a second to waive all resolutions and ordinances. So let's go ahead and vote. Councilmember James?
Aye.
Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson's an aye. That passes unanimously 4-0.
And the next item on the agenda is a closed session report from the city attorney.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem and Council, there was no reportable action taken tonight in closed session.
Okay. Next item is the consent calendar. All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion unless council, staff, or the public request removal of an item for separate discussion and action. I have not seen any requests for removal, but I'd like to ask Laura if she's received anything recently.
Yes, we did get 2 comments in for item 6B5, Planning Commission minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, City Clerk, I'd like to pull item 6H as in Henry and 6K.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, I would also like to pull 6B5.
Perfect. Okay, thank you, Councilmember Ward.
I'll move the balance.
I'd like to pull 6O as an after.
Thank you, Jean. I'll move the balance after that.
Okay. Do we have a second to Councilmember Ward moving the balance?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember James. And let's go ahead and take a vote. Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Councilmember James?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, and that passes unanimous 4-0. Thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and listen to poll 6B5.
Would you like me to start with public comments?
Yes, please, Laura. That would be great. The 2 comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
The first one, this is regarding San Clemente Christian School. First comment is from Lisa Swaginus. Dear City of San Clemente, with this letter, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude for San Clemente Christian School and ask that the city, our family's new home, to consider swift action with respect to SCCS's plans for their new building. Quite simply, SCCS is not just a school to us, it's a family that has embraced and supported me and my children in an extreme time of need. I know our family story is but one example of how SCCS is caring for the greater community of SCCS. My husband served for 24 years as a helicopter pilot in the United States Marine Corps. In 1999, when he was a young Marine stationed at Marine Corps Air Station El Toro, he bought the San Clemente house in which we now live in hopes that one day he could settle his family in this surf town that he had grown to love. The Marine Corps, however, kept him stationed away from California, and we maintain this home as a rental property. In the summer of 2015, our family settled in Okinawa, Japan, where my husband became the executive officer of Marine Corps Air Station Futenma. In July 2017, we took a vacation to San Diego. Quite out of the blue, during this vacation, my husband fell ill and was eventually diagnosed with an advanced case of GBM, an aggressive form of brain cancer. Needless to say, our family was devastated. We immediately uprooted our Okinawa home and relocated to San Diego to pursue treatment for my husband. Tragically, the cancer claimed his life in January of 2018. At that time, our children were 7 and 9 years old. In the wake of this loss, our lives quite simply spun in grief and not much made sense. Decisions are so hard to make in that state. We were not sure where to go and how to carry on after such a full and wonderful life as a Marine Corps family. Quite miraculously, our long-term renters in San Clemente asked to end their lease, and we were able to make plans to move our family here, just as my husband had dreamed when he bought the house back in 1999. In August of 2019, we landed in San Clemente, prayerfully to settle into our forever home. So many changes and loss kept our heads spinning, however, and we faced starting anew without our beloved husband and father. Next in the miracle chain was finding San Clemente Christian School. Unfortunately, that's the end of the 3 minutes. So I'll move on to the next comment, which is from Brock Stryker. I'm writing this letter to express my full support for approving San Clemente Christian Schools, CUP, which San Clemente Christian School has met all the requirements of the CUP, including the detailed traffic study they prepared, which shows the school will not negatively impact the business park. The school has and will continue to have a positive impact on the community and I feel this is something everyone should support during these difficult times. Thank you for your consideration. That's all I have for public comments.
Okay, thank you, Laura. All right, let's go ahead and have discussion. Councilmember Ward.
Okay, so I pulled this item. This is a conditional use permit for San Clemente Christian School. I want to say that I have had a couple ex parte communications with members of the business park, and I've reviewed it with staff and looked into it. But what I want to say is that I have spoken to the head of the school, Dr. Nikki Magnuson, and I told her that I had concerns of the cumulative effect of granting a CUP at this location, not with their school, but with the fact that if they ever left this building, that would be a use that another school could come in. And so cumulative effects of having more than one school will have traffic with parents going to all different areas of the business park, and I believe that's what the businesses were concerned with. The school has done quite an extensive traffic study and was approved by the Planning Commission with conditions. They have a period of 30 minutes of a drop-off, and they believe that that will take care of any issue of traffic in the business park when they have drop-off and pick-up. It is important to note that the school only goes into about, I think, 3 o'clock, and so the 5 o'clock traffic that we would normally see with people getting off work in the offices in the business park would not be affected. But what I want to talk to the council about, if they would agree, I received a letter from the Dr. Magnuson that they are willing to stipulate and agree to an amendment to the CUP that the CUP would end with a school at that location if they chose to leave. I sent that letter to Scott Smith. I got it just before the council meeting. So my ask here, council, is not to not approve the CUP. I want to approve it. It's with approving it, and my motion would be to approve it with council direction that staff work on an amendment to the CUP that it would expire if they left this location. And that is in order to eliminate cumulative impacts to the business park of multiple schools. So in essence, it would require any new school, even this school, to have to do another CUP at another location, which would be required anyway. So I would ask council to approve it, and that's my motion. If anyone seconded that.
Second.
Councilmember James seconded that motion. So the motion, thank you very much, Councilmember Ward. Good comments. So Councilmember Ward made the motion with council direction for staff to work on an amendment, and it would expire, an amendment to the COP that would expire if San Clemente Christian School left. And we had a motion by Councilmember Ward, second by Councilmember James. Let's go ahead and vote. Yes.
Could I just ask one question? I'm so sorry, but I'd just like to ask the city attorney, is this motion okay without separate noticing? Did the CUP need to be noticed before council?
Yeah, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, if I could, I was going to raise that same point of clarification with Councilmember Ward and the second. As I understood the intent of her suggestion, it was not to call up and reopen the hearing on the CUP, but rather to enter into a side agreement that would contractually bind the applicant and the school to that same result. So it would be bringing back that side agreement as opposed to reopening and amending the CUP that would allow them to go forward, but have us agree with them that the findings that are made tonight are consistent, apply to only this school and not to any successor. So if I could, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Ward, ask you for that. But I think that the gist here was that rather than bringing up the CUP, we'd have a side agreement that that controls it.
Thank you, City Attorney. So,
Mayor Pro Tem, can I just comment? That is
Yes.
exactly what my intent is. I do not want to call up the CUP. I want to pass it with the direction that staff work on an amendment as I presented. My concerns are that I believe that conditionally this use for the San Clemente Christian School, with their plan and what they're doing, I believe I can approve a CUP for that location. I just do not want it to run with the property, and I would like, another school would have to come up with a CUP if they wanted to come in. So that's exactly my intent. And council, I am not pulling this. I am approving it, but with the amendment and the direction that staff work with the school on this.
Got it.
okay, sounds good. Let's go ahead and take a roll call. Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Councilmember James?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. That passes unanimous, 4-0. Thank you.
Okay, the next item is item H, contract amendments for as-needed building code inspection services.
Oh, yes, thank you, City Clerk. That was one that I pulled up. It's just an administrative suggestion I would make to this amendment. It's a second amendment to the services for building plan and check services for code, building code inspection. And the original agreement was signed by council, and then the first amendment was signed by council. It's Mayor Pro Tem. And so the third amendment, just for consistency, should also be signed by council since it's amendments to the original agreement. So I just wanted to recommend that we do that. This is recommending city manager approval. It's not consistent to do that. So I'd like to make a motion just to revise this, and this will still go through June 2021, but it would have the signature being the Mayor Pro Tem like previously. Is there any objection to that?
So, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm not sure that it has to be consistent. All the city council is doing is authorizing the city manager to execute this amendment. It's a normal procedure that we're doing, so I won't be seconding that.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a roll call to second that change. Does anyone second my motion to do that for this agreement? Hearing none, that fails. So thank you very much. That fails 1-3. Council members Ward, Councilmember Ham, and Councilmember James didn't support me on that one. Okay, perfect. All right, and the next item is 6K.
Mayor Pro Tem, someone needs to move that item, so I will move consent of that item.
Thank you, Councilmember Ward. Anyone like to second Councilmember Ward moving that item?
Yeah, I'll second it, and I'll just like to clarify for the record that the three of us didn't take a vote on your initial motion. We just didn't support your initial motion, so there was no vote taken, to clarify the record.
Councilmember Ham, let's go ahead and take a vote to move that. Then we have a motion and a second. So a motion by Councilmember Ward and a second by Councilmember Ham. Councilmember James?
Aye.
Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
And Ferguson is a no. So that passes 3-1. Thank you all.
Okay, the next item is item K, authorization of funding for COVID-19 response.
Thank you, City Clerk. I did ask to pull that. Just very briefly, Acting City Manager Sund, did we receive the second amount of grant revenues yet? There's two amounts of grant revenues that we have in the report to accept tonight, and one was still pending at the time this was written for almost $800,000.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, I do not believe we have received the additional bucket of money. Jake, confirm that, please.
The county money we have received, the state money, it is coming in over payments. We've received the first payment of, I want to say, around 120,000, but the rest of it will be coming in over, I'll call it the next 6 months, as they distribute money. So it will be over time.
Okay, thank you. So it's already been triggered, so that's positive. Thank you for sharing that. And then a speaker, our chairwoman, Paula Cole, had spoken under the public comments about this money, referring to this money that we're receiving from the county and the state for various expenditures that are noted in the report. And she also noted that in the budget workshop that I believe it was $54,000 in the general fund money that we allocate each year to supplement the CDBG grant money for social services was removed from the budget. I didn't catch that. But Mr. Sund, is there a way to qualify some of the money that we removed from the various nonprofits with some of these funds that we're getting?
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, unfortunately not. These monies are specific to COVID-related efforts. What the city has communicated to the Human Affairs Committee in regards to their ask that they brought forward, or at least the chair brought forward in public comments today, is when the city revisits our mid-years and looks at our 6-month picture of how things are, all of these types of requests we can address at that time when we're looking at the budget in the mid-year process of early 2021.
Okay, thank you. Let's make sure we have that this year, because it usually occurs in February, and it never happened. I know I did ask our former acting city manager numerous times, and we never did have a mid-year budget adjustments come to the council. So can we make sure we do that this year to acknowledge?
First, yes, the answer is yes, that they will be bringing our mid-years back in early 2021, and the reason that the mid-years didn't come back in this calendar year 2020 was because of the COVID pandemic that kind of came up and then diverted staff's attention to a number of other matters that needed to be addressed from a financial perspective.
Thank you. I know we kind of started addressing COVID in March, but it was supposed to be February, but that's okay. We'll go make sure this year and that we can address this. So important. Okay, well, I'm happy. Do we have any more discussion or any comments or questions before I make a motion to pass this? Move this? No, hearing none. I'd like to make a motion to just move this item. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Ham. So we'll go ahead and take a vote. Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Councilmember James?
Aye.
Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
And Ferguson's an aye. That moves unanimously 4-0. Thank you.
The next item is item O. That's a contract award relating to temporary environmental planning services for the lodge at San Clemente Rooftop Venue Project.
So I pulled that, and I'm really surprised that a member of the community didn't pull it. My concern is, Mr. City Manager, do we have someone from planning available to respond to some questions on this that I have?
As Councilmember James, I believe we have our city planner, Gabriel Perez, on the call. Address this.
So, Mr. Perez, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
I can, sir. Thank you. So in this case, we're looking at I'm all for the hotel. I want the hotel to proceed without a doubt. I am concerned about the fact that the hotel is going to go from 45 feet from ground level to 62 feet. And that is a concern of mine. And am I right that it's a concern of the Design Review Subcommittee as well?
Yeah, right now the application is in its initial stages. This item before you does not mean the council is approving that height. It still would need to go through the process of being reviewed by the Planning Commission and City Council. There is a significant amount of environmental review that has to occur, and that's why this is before you. There is a deposit the applicant pays to review the environmental associated with their proposed height that they want to propose. The specific plan does not allow them to propose the height that they are proposing right now, so they have to amend it. And in order to amend it, we do have to evaluate the environmental impacts of doing that, which includes such impacts as aesthetics, and that will be part of the review. So this is not going to approve it. All this authorizes is the environmental review that the applicant can do on their application.
Got it. So the environmental review would be the same regardless whether we're 45 feet or 62 feet from the ground. Would that be correct?
Correct. And the reason why this is before you too, it's probably good for the public that those fees are deposited with the city because the environmental consultant ends up working for the city, and so the work of the consultant is directed by the city.
Okay. So I just want to be clear in that we're not approving this project. We're not approving this project at 62 feet. We're just approving an environmental review, environmental impact review on this project. And so with that, I'm good. I don't know whether any council members, the other council members, have any questions for you or not.
So thank you, Councilmember James. This is Councilmember Ward. My only comment on this, Gabriel, would be that I want to make sure that with the consultant or staff, whoever notices people, that the development of Marblehead and also the development of Sea Summit be notified of any scoping meetings or comment periods.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Ward. We'll be sure to do that. And then there will also be future public participation processes, such as future planning commission meetings, as well, eventually the city council.
Okay,
So Gabriel,
great.
Gabriel, what's the next step with the design review subcommittee on this project?
You know what? I don't know exactly at this point. What's really going to guide this right now is the preparation of the environmental document. That's actually going to take quite a, it's probably going to take about at least 6 months for that to happen. So that's really what's going to drive the length of time that it takes to go to the Planning Commission and the City Council. So there'll probably be additional design review subcommittee meetings that occur during that time. I just don't know when the next one is.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, would someone like to move this item? Make a motion to move this item?
I'll make a motion to accept it.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Councilmember James moved the item and Councilmember Ward seconded it. Let's go ahead and take a vote. Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Councilmember James?
Aye.
Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. That moves unanimously, 4-0.
Moving on to public hearings, the first item is zoning amendment 20-069, amending provisions for massage establishments, and we do have at least one comment.
Okay, can we go ahead and hear the comment first, City Clerk, please?
Yes. This is from Ashley Fox, and she writes, on March 8th, Councilman Gene James took to his council Facebook page that he has since shut down to express his outrage and alert the public to the threat of prostitution in San Clemente in a very long post. He stated, and I quote, "It's time to have a mature conversation," end quote. James went on to describe the horrors of human trafficking and forced prostitution right here in San Clemente. James went on to state, quote, "Who's behind these establishments? First organized from communist China, along with greedy landlords," end quote. James stated that 5 women were arrested in San Clemente in 2019, but that they were never prosecuted by the villain in his story, the district attorney Todd Spitzer. Quote, not one of these charges resulted in prosecution from the Todd Spitzer's DA office. I think Todd Spitzer owes San Clemente an explanation. I hope many of you agree with me, end quote. Gene James managed to stir up quite a number of residents to respond and post their own attack, Todd Spitzer, for supposedly failing our town, until the district attorney responded to Councilman Gene James multiple times. Quote, Councilman James, before you call me out, and the 800 employees of the OCDA understand that we prosecute 70,000 cases each year. If you or anyone has an issue, please pick up the phone and ask your question. We would be happy to answer your question, end quote. He then went on to post his phone number. Spitzer continued to make the offer to meet with Councilman James and responded to the public. Gene James responded, quote, what is your office doing about it? I would be more than happy to meet in person to discuss the concerns many of us have in San Clemente regarding human trafficking and massage establishments. Let's set up a time to talk, end quote. With a personal public invitation to meet with the district attorney to discuss what James claims was so dire and what did Mr. Leadership Gene James do? From a public records request, it was shown Gene James never followed up on the DA's offer. The only action James took was to take down this post and all his posts from his council Facebook page. So much for Gene's big concern over human trafficking. Why is council led by Gene focusing on an issue that has impacted 5 people in a town of 65,000 when the pandemic, which affects our local economy and is killing San Clemente's residents, is an afterthought? It seems as if Councilman James' priorities are out of order and his intentions are not in alignment with his actions. It's time for our leadership to stop playing politics and get to work for the citizens of San Clemente. Thank you. Laura, do you have any other comments?
We do have 2 more comments. Next comment is from Julie A. I quote, let's set up a time to talk is what Gene James wrote to District Attorney Todd Spitzer about the supposed failure of the DA's office to prosecute 5 women in San Clemente in 2019 for prostitution. Gene James used his Facebook page to discuss city matters, a page he has completely erased since then. Gene posted to inflame the public about prostitution in San Clemente and how specifically the DA's office has failed and demanded. I think Todd Spitzer owes San Clemente an explanation. James was caught off guard when Spitzer replied again, posting on Gene's page addressing how elected officials should appropriately communicate if they want to receive answers or resolve problems. Spitzer provided James with his phone number and said, we set up meetings all the time with city managers, council members to solve problems, working together before we fire away on social media. Gene James poorly attempted an apology to Todd Spitzer for his actions in grandstanding on social media and wrote, I would be more than happy to meet in person to discuss the concerns many of us have in San Clemente regarding human trafficking and massage establishments, ... Let's set up a time to talk. When the public comments are over on this agenda item, I would ask Gene James to explain exactly why he refused an offer by the DA to discuss a subject matter that supposedly so enraged him that he had to post his feelings and accusations about the failure of the AD's office on his social media pages. Gene, please address this and tell your community how the meeting went with the district attorney that you demanded. And the final comment is from Brenda Wells. Dear council members, I would like to thank you for considering the admitted provisions to our local massage establishments. I would also like to thank the planning committee for their thoughtful and thorough review of the proposed ordinances. Their unanimous endorsement indicates their keen understanding of the issue and commitment to the safety of all those who live and work in our community. Illicit massage is an issue much larger than San Clemente. It involves an intricate and obfuscated organized crime business model that often uses other connected businesses to move and launder money, such as nail salons and specialty food markets. That this issue can only be addressed at the municipal level means we are merely moving the problem to our neighboring cities. But thanks to the action that the city has the opportunity to make tonight, we can forge an easier path for the Tri-City area throughout South Orange County. Additionally, by taking a zero-tolerance posture focused on eliminating the bad actors in this industry while protecting the victims behind closed doors, it also protects the integrity, reputation, and safety of those establishments providing legitimate and valuable massage therapy services. As always, I'm at the city's service. Please do not hesitate to reach out for questions on this topic or any other as it relates to trafficking in persons. That's all I have for public comments.
Okay, thank you, Laura and Joanne. Do we have staff to provide a brief presentation on this item?
Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson, would you like to close the public hearing?
Oh, sorry. Thank you. We'll close the public hearing. Thanks, Laura. Do we have anyone here from staff that would like to provide a presentation?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Jennifer Savage, Senior Planner with the Money. City Council provided direction in 2017 and 2019 to consider amendments to the city's massage ordinance. This direction was a result of presentations at City Council meetings by the I-5 Freedom Network, a nonprofit anti-human trafficking organization. I-5 Freedom presented issues with the existing massage ordinance and recommendations for modifications. Staff worked with the Human Affairs Committee and the I-5 Freedom Network to produce the draft changes, which would amend Titles 5 and 17. With the intent to better deter human trafficking, the proposed amendments before you include review and recommendation from police services, both for use permit and business license applications, prohibition of subsequent massage establishments at locations where violations such as human trafficking occurs. The third is contact with the Orange County Human Trafficking Task Force when human trafficking has occurred or is suspected, and also provisions for visible customer entries and exits. Staff advertised these proposed amendments in a newspaper and mailed a courtesy notice to all massage businesses with an existing business license for massage. Staff does want to note that there is no fiscal impact to the city as a result of these amendments, but we do want to clarify 2 points in regards to police services review. First, the police services is covered through Orange County Sheriff Department, or OCSD, and they will require the city to amend our existing contract with them. This would not change costs to the city, but rather would specify that the review of the massage establishment applications is explicitly listed in the OCSD's scope of services. The second clarification is that both new and renewal applications for massage establishments will have to pay an additional fee to facilitate that review by police services or OCSD. The current fee for a new business for this review is $352. The current fee for a renewal is $218. This would be an annual fee every time that they're required to renew their business license on a yearly basis, and would apply to existing businesses. Existing massage establishments would be required to pay that fee of $218. This concludes staff presentation, and we are available for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Savage, for providing that presentation. Council, do you have any clarifying questions or comments to make?
Yes, I do. Yes, ma'am. Jennifer, I have a couple of requests, and that is SB 1193 requires the posting of an anti-trafficking poster in public places, I believe. We did not address that in the ordinance, and my request, I do not want to slow this down. I want to get this approved as quickly as I can. But between the first reading and the second reading, would you be agreeable to put, I have 3 comments. Number 1, would you be agreeable to put a anti-trafficking poster in public areas, and not in the public area, in the break area, like next to the OSHA Department of Labor poster, and in each massage room? Would that be acceptable to you? And I have 2 more.
Yes, staff can add that back in, and just to note, the reason that it was removed was at the recommendation of the Code Enforcement Division as well as the Planning Commission. The intent was not to make the duplicative work of the state required law with the hotline poster, But yes, we can add that in. Thank you.
So my thought is, you know, the Johns, the customers, whatever you want to call them in these illicit places, you know, they're going to see it in the public area and really not care, as opposed to having it in the break area or where the posters, employment posters are, and the massage areas. That would be more visible to the victims of this thing. Number two, I would like to see a process by which we require each massage operator to see a photo ID and to take a copy of that photo ID and retain it. You know, you go to the dentist's office, they do that. You go to your doctor's office, they do that. And I think in the case of the illicit operations, those customers will be very, very reluctant to do that. And if we could cut them off from their customer base, we can, you know, we can start dealing with this blight. I mean, we have two different issues here. We have the human trafficking, which is terrible, but it also creates urban blight for us in town. Would you be agreeable to putting that into the ordinance?
Thank you for your comment. If I could defer the question to the city attorney.
Okay. Scott?
Yeah, I think we could require that, and yet we'd want to research that. So maybe what we should do is, if the council's interested in adding that requirement, follow on to your suggestion, Mr. James, that any of these things we can do, we'll bring forward in a follow-up that you consider for first reading in connection with second reading of this. So nothing slows down, but this package comes on to follow, and we'll confirm that that's possible to do.
And Jennifer, on page 19, on attachment A, page 19, where you discussed inspections by the city, you have from time to time, and I would much prefer to see that read at any time. You know, time to time is pretty vague. At any time is pretty specific. So again, I would ask that you consider putting that language it's a nuance, I agree, but I think it makes it much stronger.
Yes, thank you for that.
And if I can interrupt, Mr. James, I think it would be easy to make that change tonight because that text is before you, and we know that's doable.
Okay. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember J. Oh, yes.
But I will say, great staff work, a great ordinance, and you know, there was some pushback from the Planning Commission on some use of words, devices you put in there that they wanted change, and you held to your guns, and you kept those certain words in there. I'm not going to go into those words, but it's all part of the public record, so anyone can look it up. But again, Jennifer, thank you very much.
Thanks, Councilmember James. Those are some very excellent additions that I completely support. I just wanted to also commend everyone involved in this, the staff and the Planning Commission, and this is an ordinance we can be proud of in doing our part to deter human trafficking, and particularly Brenda Wells. I met her at the time she came to the city to start this I-5 Freedom Network, and Lori Donchak, Councilwoman Donchak at the time, and I worked with her and did an around town program at the Holiday Inn when that was there. So she's really done an amazing job sticking with this. She's passionate and committed, and it's such a critical issue. And I'm really proud that she's a resident here and has followed this through. Councilmembers Ham and Councilmembers Ward, do you have some additional comments or questions?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just have a quick question of Jennifer. With this ordinance going through, once it has been read twice and it's law, are we going to send a notice out to all of the establishments in the city?
We can certainly make that part of our plan. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like that, just only because of the comment or the addition in there that renewals needed to be timely, where applicants must give the city enough time, I believe it was 90 days, in order to renew their permit and review it. I think that we should give them notice that this is there so that we don't have problems later when we're going through renewals. I'm just trying to help staff out.
Thank you.
Very good comments, Councilmember Ward. Councilmember Ham, do you have some comments?
I'm ready for a vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. With the changes and the follow-up here, would someone like to make a motion regarding this item?
I make a motion to accept it as with the changes that I articulated.
Okay. I'd like to second your motion.
We do have to have the title of the ordinance read into the record, please.
Okay, Councilmember James.
Good, Mayor Pro Tem. One of those changes will be tonight, and the one relating to the posting of anti-trafficking posters and photo ID of clients will be brought back for first reading next time separately.
For the second reading? Okay, thank you, Scott. All right, Councilmember James, would you like to read?
I will in just 1 second. Let me see. It's item 7A. I'm looking for 7A.
No worries.
Okay, so define. Okay, so my motion is to find and determine the proposed amendments are project as defined by state secret guidelines 15378, subparagraph B, paragraph 2, and 15378, subparagraph B, paragraph 5, and 2, introduce the ordinance number 1702, entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending Title 5 and 17 of the San Clemente Municipal Code, Zoning Amendment 20-069, to deter human trafficking activity, clarify existing provisions, and correct erroneous text with the changes that I recommended. Thank you.
Thank you. Now second that motion, and we'll go ahead and take a vote. Thank you for reading that. All right, Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Councilmember James?
Aye.
And Ferguson is an aye. That passes unanimously 4-0.
Okay, moving on to new business. Item 9A is the warrant register and payroll register.
Oh, thank you, City Clerk. I'd just like to pull one of the warrant registers. It's August 18, 2020. I had some questions just about timing, dates of billing. All right. That would be August 18, 2020. Find the item or the section. Pardon me. I had some questions on a few of the dates. Some of the billing was billed. I'm sorry, I'm having a tough time finding it here. Mark my page. Okay. All right, here we go. Uh-oh. Well, I'm not finding it, so I think I may have to table this one or just not deal with it. I'll have to follow up with Scott separately. It's no worries. I just can't find the page, or I may have pulled it out when I took my notes on this one. So I will go ahead and rescind my pulling of that item tonight, if I may, City Clerk. and I'll just follow up with Scott separately. I didn't have time earlier today. Is that okay?
Sure.
All right, thank you so much. Do we have a motion to adopt the warrant register and payroll tonight?
I'll make a motion that we approve the warrant register.
And payroll?
Yes, Joanne, thank you. I will approve the payroll registers also.
Thanks, Councilmember Ward. Do we have a second for her motion?
Second.
Thanks. I think I heard Councilmember Ham, so we'll have a motion by Councilmember Ward and the second by Councilmember Ham. And we'll go ahead and take a vote. Councilmember James?
Aye.
Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Thanks. And Ferguson's an aye. That passes unanimously 4-0.
The next item is consideration of a joint study session of the City Council and Planning Commission for the inclusionary housing in lieu fee.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk. Do we have a report from the Community Development Director on this item?
And real quick, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson, we do have one public comment on this, so just let me know when you're ready for me to read it.
Okay, yes, well, since we just have one, we'll go ahead and hear that first, please.
Okay.
Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor Laura Ferguson and council members. I'm in favor of the City Council holding a joint session in early September to discuss options available to the city for the production of affordable housing, including the city's existing inclusionary housing in lieu fee. To my knowledge, and as a former community development employee, the city's last affordable housing development was celebrated and opened up on March 2nd, 2016. Las Palmas Village, located at 107 Avenida Serra, only provides 19 units of much-needed workforce housing for residents in our town. It took the city of San Clemente over 16 years to create 19 affordable units, and this ridiculous time frame is unacceptable. We are in the middle of a global pandemic that impacts communities of color and the majority of our residents disproportionately. The city manager, council, and the planning department need to have an intentional community development housing plan to acknowledge and to do more for our vulnerable San Clemente homeless residents, frail seniors, and hardworking families. Thank you tonight for your consideration. Denise Obrera, San Clemente resident, 31 years. And that's all I have for public comments.
Oh, thank you very much, Laura. Do we have staff to provide an overview on this agenda report?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, Laura Ferguson, and members of the City Council. Gabriel Perez, your City Planner. So this item is regarding San Clemente's inclusionary housing program. That program requires developers of 6 or more units to set aside 4% of the total number of units for households earning 50% or less of the median income. And that requirement can be met by providing housing on site, off site, or through the payment of in-lieu fees. And so our 2013 through 2021 housing element has an action plan. This is part of that action plan, which is to re-examine that in-lieu fee that we do charge for affordable housing and provide clarity for both staff and developers. And so the City Council did direct staff to initiate this process for the inclusionary housing in-lieu fee in December. We did select a consultant, Economic and Planning Systems Incorporated. They have completed an economic and financial analysis. That's part of one of their work tasks. And staff is recommending a joint study session to review those results and then also to receive direction regarding applying this program for the future. So the City Council could provide direction to have this joint study session on September 2nd, 2020 at 6 p.m. That is the actual time of the next Planning Commission study session. So instead of just a study session for the Planning Commission, this would be a joint study session. And staff is open to other alternatives City Council may have. That's the end of my report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Perez. Very good. Does Council have any technical or clarifying questions or comments?
That day works for me.
Councilmember Hand?
Councilmember Wood, I agree with that date.
Okay. All right. Would Council like to make a motion? I'll go ahead and make a motion on this item to adopt the staff recommendation, if we don't have any further comments, that the City Council provide input and direction on a date and time for a joint study session of the City Council and Planning Commission of 9/2/20 at 6 p.m. Do we have a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councilmember James. Let's go ahead and take a vote. Councilmember Ham?
I'm good with that, yeah. All right.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Councilmember James?
Aye.
And Ferguson's an aye. That passes 4-0. Thank you.
Okay, the next item is purchase and lease proposals for the parcel at the southwest corner of Avenida Vista Hermosa and Avenida La Plata. And we do have some comments on this item.
Okay, City Clerk, can we go ahead and hear those comments?
Certainly.
Thanks.
First item, comment is from Eric Ward. Mayor Ferguson and City Council, I reviewed the proposals received for the 5 gas stations, car washes, and C-shops for the corner of La Plata and Hermosa. First, I recommend that the city staff send attachment 1 pricing sheet to Fountainhead, Heslin, and Cypress to provide more detailed information on the gasoline volumes, C-store sales, and property improvement values. Since there is no penalty for exaggerating the revenues and taxes, we need to understand the proposal basis to make sure that the correct vendor is selected. The only numbers that are firm are the purchase price and the car wash tax offset. I did not include any revenue from the hydrogen or the electric charging facilities. If these are substantial, please request the vendors to provide. The Cadence purchase price needs to be resolved to a single number. A range is not acceptable. There is no consideration for loss of tax revenue from the existing gas stations, shops, and car washes in the agenda report. The additional taxes revenue from adding a new gas station, including property taxes, will probably be half of the $350,000 that the staff is estimating. It appears that 100% of the C-shop sales were considered taxable in the vendor proposals. The property taxes for the Cypress facility appear to be a bit high as compared to the others. From the data provided by the vendors, Fountainhead Development will generate the highest net present value, as shown by attachment 2, followed by Cypress and Heslin. When the staff receives the more detailed data as shown in the attachment, we can review the economics again. This is not a chance to rebid, but just to provide more details. And Council did receive that email with the attachments. Next comment is from Susan Hannabree. San Clemente, we could do better than another gas station convenience store that attracts vagrants. Let's look for some upscale restaurants or boutiques on this corner. There are so few restaurants to choose from in Toluca and no shopping except for big box retail. Next comment is from Terry DePlaze. I am dismayed at the possible options being considered for the parcel at the southwest corner of Avenida Vista Hermosa and Avenida La Plata. When this item was on the agenda in December of last year, it seemed clear that the public did not want a gas station car wash at that location. Yet, those are the only options being considered this year. Not long after that meeting, I spoke with Councilwoman Ward, who assured me that based on the input from the public, the gas station car wash option was a non-starter. So what happened? Did it all come down to dollars versus what the residents want? With a mobile gas station, car wash, and convenience store just 1.2 miles from this location will just cannibalize business from there, resulting in a minimal increase in sales tax revenue for the city. The resulting eyesore isn't worth it. Next comment is from Noam Duzman. As a longtime resident of Toluca, I would like to see nothing less than the development of a gas station as the welcoming sign landmark into our beautiful community. I urge the council to please consider our community and how it was designed during its deliberation over what the site should be sold for. Certainly, a more family-oriented use, such as a restaurant or even some other appropriate retail, would match better, harmonize with the community goals rather than the proposed gas station. Please consider this when you are making a decision that will affect thousands of people. Thank you. Next comment is from Barry Able Soul. Hi, I have heard about the property is being issued as a car wash, which is highly useful for the 3,700 households in Chilega. I have been advised that one of the vetted operators is Cypress Express. From my knowledge of the companies involved, this is the only local company who has residents in Chilega. This is important, as if there are any environmental problems, we can have corrected in almost real time rather than having to deal with the bureaucratic corporate entities who only have concern for cash flow and net income. An owner from our community is imperative, as it also keeps Chilega revenue in Chilega. There aren't very many entities who are in a situation to do so, and to be able to have this option with this resident is the best direction for the community. Thank you. Next comment is from Josh Snyder. Distinguished council members, I would like to address your consideration tonight of H2GO and their proposal for a quick serve car wash on La Plata and Hermosa. We badly need a car wash alternative to the existing mobile washer that come in and out of our neighborhoods all days of the week, and the terrible experience of quality and queue at AM PM. H2GO is a proven operator and has years of experience with dedicated family-run owners, of which one lives in San Clemente. Let's show support for our town and keep it local while bringing in the best operators in the business. Win-win, easy decision. Next comment is from Keith Camano. Hi, I'm a 14-year resident of San Clemente and a lifetime resident in Orange County. My wife and kids moved to San Clemente since it was similar to Huntington Beach where I grew up, but with rolling hills. I grew up going to school and playing baseball with the Blanchards in Huntington Beach. Therefore, I've known them for 40 plus years. They're a solid family, which I admire and respect. They're good people who are dedicated to doing things the best they can. In saying that, I'm more than happy to hear the Blanchards are considering opening one of their businesses in our Chilega San Clemente neighborhood. Ryan Blanchard and his family live a stone's throw away from my house in Chilega, which means he has a vested interest in this opportunity. His family will be going to school with our kids, eating at the same restaurants, playing sports together, and hanging out at the beach with us all. Based on the proximity of this opportunity, I know there will be better customer service, response times, quality car washes, etc. There has to be, since he and his family's reputation are at stake. As we all know, we lack a high quality and affordable car washing service in Chilega, let alone San Clemente. H2GO will satisfy this gap and need within our community. Having a professional, high-quality, efficiently run, and affordable car washing service in our neighborhood will be a benefit to us all. Additionally, it'll be another revenue stream for our city to capitalize on during a weekend economy. With that being said, I do want to caution the city on decisions based on financial projections alone. Having the additional taxes is great, but there are other variables to factor into this equation, such as cleanliness, noise, toxic chemicals, crowd, service, pride in ownership, etc. When you factor these variables into the algorithm, it is a no-brainer. H2GO is a winner, and it should be the business going into the location off of La Plata and Avenida Vista, Hermosa. Next comment is from Lori Foster. Please do not lease or sell the parcel at the southwest corner of Avenida Vista, Hermosa and Avenida La Plata for the development of a gas station, convenience store, car wash type of business or combination. This property is right next to a sports park where our children play and spend a lot of time. We do not need the environmental damage to the area or the travelers from the 5 and transients it will draw in, close to where our children play and spend time. Why does it seem that only this type of business is being considered? Why isn't there a more family-friendly option available? Something in line with the family-friendly aquatic center next door. There are so many families with children in this area that are constantly at the aquatic center. It makes more sense to have that type of business and not something so environmentally destructive. Next comment is from Marilyn Haney. Good afternoon. Please do not lease or sell the parcel at the southwest corner of Avenida Vista, Hermosa and Avenida La Plata for the development of a gas station, convenience store, car wash type of business or combination. San Clemente is missing and in the need of family-friendly businesses to go with our families, not another gas station. This property is right next to a sports park where our children play and spend a lot of time. We do not need the environmental damage to the area or the travelers from the 5 it will draw in, close to where our children play and spend time. There are several gas stations that are easily attainable. Why does it seem that only this type of business is being considered? Why isn't there a more family-friendly option available? There are so many families with children in this area that are constantly at the aquatic center. It makes more sense to have that type of business and not something so environmentally destructive. Next is comment from Shauna Hunt. I am adamantly against all proposed developers building either a gas station or a convenience store on the empty lot at the corner of La Plata and Hermosa. There is logistically no need for any of these things, as a Target, Walmart, Albertsons, Ralph's, and Circle K gas station are within a mile or less of this area, some no more than 3 stoplights away. As a resident of the northern part of Forster Ranch who uses the La Plata Del Rio connection frequently, I believe any establishment that proposed developers present is a waste of space for this lot. I see no way in which it betters our community and believe the space can be used for something more beneficial. I do not support the building of another chain that our community does not have a need for and of which there is already a saturated market here in San Clemente. Thank you for your time. That's all I have unless Laura received more.
Yes, I do have a few more comments. Next comment is from Brett Allen. I'm writing to you because it has come to my attention that the City Council is deciding who will win the bid for the property on the corner of La Plata and Avenida Vista Hermosa. As a member of the Talega community for over 15 plus years and as a business owner myself, it is of the utmost importance that this property be awarded to a local operator in the community. It is my understanding that the Cypress Express Group has a local operator in our community, and it is vital to my family that someone with local ties be awarded this. Someone who has ties to the community will support Talega and San Clemente significantly more than a group that has no ties to the community. This is a proven fact. A local owner-operator will support our local schools, sports and youth programs, and local businesses. They will take care of the property and make sure it's clean and looks nice all of the time, which is imperative with a gas station. Additionally, they will be much more responsive with any problems that arise on the property than a group that is located out of the area in Los Angeles, Newport Beach, or even the Valley. A local operator that lives in the community will be vested in Talega, San Clemente, and here for the long term, versus most of these developers and builders that are just here to build and flip it for a profit. I've spent a lot of time in Huntington Beach and had the opportunity on multiple occasions to go to H2Go. They have a great service at a very affordable price. Their business and brand is super important to them, and best of all, it's ecologically good for the environment, which is vital for San Clemente. For all of these reasons and many more, please do the right thing and give the community of Talega and San Clemente a local operator with a proven track record of success that will make sure to take great care of the citizens of the city. Please give the citizens of our community what they want and need. Thank you. Next comment is from Beth Jansen. Please do not lease or sell the parcel at the southwest corner of Avenida Vista Hermosa and Avenida La Plata for the development of a gas station, convenience store, car wash. This property is right next to a sports park where our children play and spend a lot of time. We do not need the environmental damage to the area or the travelers from the 5 it will draw in, close to where our children play and spend time. Why does it seem that only this type of business is being considered? Why isn't there a more family-friendly option available, something in line with the family-friendly aquatic center next door? There's so many families with children in this area that are constantly at the aquatic center. It makes more sense to have that type of business and not something so environmentally destructive. While I agree that an additional gas station is needed, this is not the place for it, so close to a residential area. Regards, Beth Jansen. Next comment is from Susanna Mason. Please reconsider the options for the development of city-owned property located at the southwest corner of Avenida Vista Hermosa and Avenida La Plata and Talega. What were the results of the community-wide survey? When was that shared? There's no need for a gas station on that corner. Please reevaluate what will best serve our city and avoid unnecessary harm by having fumes and increased traffic adjacent to a park and sports facility. That's all I have for public comments.
Thank you, Joanne and Laura. And Mr. Sun, do we have the bidders here to do any proposals tonight?
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, and so very briefly, I'll hand it over to our Economic Development Officer, Jonathan. Robin is working with the developers to provide a presentation to the council members.
Okay.
All of them are presenting the same information with a time cap of 8 minutes each, so that there's consistency in what's communicated to the council and to the public. And obviously, as part of the recommendation before you, the city is seeking direction from the council as to the next steps as it relates to the developers. And with that, I'm going to stop and turn it over to Mr. Lightfoot to proceed with the presentation.
Great, thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Lightfoot.
Good evening, Council and Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson. I'll touch on some history very briefly, and then we'll move into the presentations. The item in front of you is the consideration of the lease or sale of a city-owned parcel at the intersection of Avenida Vista Hermosa and Avenida La Plata. The parcel is adjacent to an existing OCFA fire station in the city's Vista Hermosa Sports Park. The city received purchase offers ranging from $6 to $7.5 million and lease offers ranging from $200,000 to $500,000 annually. Tax revenues forecast an additional amount of money in the range of $230,000 to $350,000 in annual revenues for the city. Additionally, it is estimated that the city would receive anywhere between $15,000 to $25,000 in annual property tax revenue. Council previously reviewed the 3 highest offers on December 10th and requested that staff come back with the top 5 offers, which we're doing this evening. The top 5 offers share significant similarities in proposed use, a combination of gas station, QSR, and car wash type. And please note that separately from the discussions tonight regarding the purchase or lease process, any development at the site would proceed through the typical site plan and architectural review process with the Design Review Subcommittee and Planning Commission. Any environmental review would also occur during that process. This evening, any sample site plans or renderings that you see as part of candidate proposals are draft versions only and would have to go through our typical site plan and architectural review process. Each of the top 5 offers have prepared presentations to share with the council and the public staff, Staff recommends that council ask questions after each presentation while that offer team is unmuted and still on the Zoom call. Any questions at the conclusion of the presentation can be fielded by the city's agents, Tim and Justin McMahon, who are also with us. Following these presentations, we would like, staff does request that the city council provide direction regarding the development of this parcel. So with that, we'll move into our first presenting group, and I believe that our IT team is ready to allow them in and switch over to the presentation mode. And our first presentation will be by Michael and Brian with Property 9. Michael and Brian, can you hear us, and are you on the call?
Well, we can. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Well, first and foremost, thank you, everybody, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council and staff. First and foremost, it's nice to see and assume everyone is well and healthy through the most recent obstacles connected to COVID. Here this evening, like you heard, you have myself, Michael Beganji, and Brian Johnson of Property 9 Development to further educate council and staff why the city can't afford to move forward absent of Property 9 Development and some of the issues that were addressed in some of the public comments prior to. And our development plan that has been crafted genuinely, intentionally, and originally since the conception of the subject properties RFP in 2019. We can go to the next slide. We're proceeding through our presentation tonight in somewhat of a non-traditional format, whereas we won't be narrating word for word what you see displayed on the screen. We feel that the last year has done a decent job of giving you insight to who we are and what we do. Let's talk about the numbers and the data that we've gathered over the years, over the last year. To recap, we want to step back in time to the council meeting on December 10th, 2019. We presented a development plan, revenue projections, tax generation, users, and community benefits, along with the 2 other finalists at that time. We took a lot away from this meeting, and after listening to what council and staff opined, we elected to adjust, confirm, refine what we believe to be heavily weighted aspects to not just our development plan, but the integrity of the project and real estate itself as it relates to the city and the community. We would like to note a few of those aspects and our efforts towards them. You can go to the next slide. The first aspect we'd like to note is the price. Magical question. You ask, why is there such a gap in price between and amongst the finalists on a property that, according to the most recent third-party appraisal, pending confirmation, was valued at around $4 million? The answer is deserving of some clarifications. The simple answer is bluff. The specific answer is within the intended users of the property, in this case, gas and car wash, uses that generate supporting economics beyond market values commonly found in the market. In the event you can cram, park, and plat a third user on the site with a drive-through, the numbers work at an increased purchase price. However, that isn't the reality here. Property 9's year-long due diligence with the city, our provided material to date, clearly and consistently reflects a maximum development envelope as presented that parks to code as requested on January 7th of 2019. Maintains the maximum amount of open space, complies with vehicle and fuel tanker access without compromising safe maneuvering and circulation of the site. You can go to the next slide. Our significant investment into further evaluation and third-party studies has allowed for our consistent position on the site's layout and also our purchase price that we have personally warranted and guaranteed not to be renegotiated. Our proposal is absent of a third drive-through user where questionable site planning, entitlements, and approvals that would otherwise justify a higher purchase price, as you'll see presented here after us, is relevant. Again, it's just not the reality. Our next point is relative to tax revenue and projections. It was clear that the city wanted hard data on what the finalists assured the city in tax revenue, rather than a race to the top for a maximum projection without any justification or supporting documentation. On December 11, 2019, immediately following the first council meeting, we engaged and hired Calibrate Analytics to perform a case study based on proposed site plan and our proposal. Calibrate represents some of the industry's most well-known companies and was able to produce a site assessment report projecting the following, thus having direct correlation to our projections, price, and revenue to be collected at the city, by the city. The city has a copy of this report that has been provided previously. In summary, our proposal as presented and per our site plan, the projected ARCO branded fueling station that we plan to own and operate, composed of 10 dispensers and 20 nozzles or fueling positions, will generate approximately $23,423,400 in annual fuel sales directly from the study. That equates to 507,000 gallons a month in fuel sales, including diesel. To address some of the comments relating to net transfer, here's your number. The net transfer percentage of only 14.9% from other gas stations is the number here, directly from the report. This goes without saying, the void and need for fuel at this location is apparent. The city will collect $234,000 in annual tax revenue based on this metric. Moving on to the convenience store, this is etched in the ballpark, inching up towards the $3 million range annually in total sales. The net transfer number is 9.4, yielding the city an additional revenue stream of approximately $30,000 a year. So we have approximately 25% net transfer just between the C-store and fuel sales from adjacent stations and stores. Lastly, the convenience store's inclusive use of a QSR or inclusive user within the C-store. We've been working with exploring opportunities with Zebra Coffee House to really bring a local component to the project, complementing their new location up above in the Target Center. The above mentioned numbers collectively project the city to receive over $350,000 in revenue, in addition to our $6 million lump sum payment for the entire property, or a $4 million lump sum payment for approximately half of the property, in which we would lease the remaining half at $125,000 a year with built-in rent increases. We are prepared to open escrow with $250,000, warranty our proposed terms, conduct a short and official due diligence period of 60 days, and close escrow between 10 and 30 days thereafter. We have also incorporated community benefit and quality of life. As for employment, we plan to employ up to 22 to 24 full-time employees and at a maximum of 46 to 48 full-time employees. Briefly, our proposed OEA, or Operation and Easement Agreement, includes a $1 million post-closing investment, assuring the city that some of the community's concerns will be put at ease, while concurrently complementing the gold standard policies of the procedures held by the Talega HOA. We would like to point out some of those items. I believe we're kind of running up against the clock here, but if there's any questions, we would like to open it up and can provide any data that has been mentioned to the city and staff for review as previously provided.
Thank you. I think it'd be best to move it along if we heard the presentations first and then ask questions. I appreciate your presentation very much. Thank you so much.
If I may, the council doesn't want to ask direct questions freshly on the presentation as what we were anticipating.
Can you hear me okay?
I can.
I was thinking we could be more efficient if we saw the presentations and then ask the questions at the end of the presentations. Unless council would like to do otherwise, I'm open, but I thought we could expedite it more efficiently that way. Any objection by council?
I have no questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Ham.
No
Councilmember
questions.
Wolf, Councilmember James. Okay, thank you very much. All right. Thank you so much for the presentation.
I believe that our next presenter will be Casey McKeon with Heslin. So if Casey, can you hear us?
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Nice. So thank you guys again, City Council and Mayor Pro Tem, for allowing me to present a second time since our initial presentation in December. I'll go ahead and wait for the slideshow to get up on the screen. Excellent. So as mentioned, my name is Casey McKeon from Heslin Holdings. Slide 2, please. So we are a local real estate developer based out of Laguna Hills, and each member of our team is a long-term resident of Orange County. We have developed over 30 projects in Southern California and recently built a multi-tenant Starbucks drive-thru in another beach community, which was Huntington Beach. As residents of neighboring San Juan Capistrano, we have strong ties to San Clemente from friends who live there that we visit, businesses and restaurants that we frequent, and we attend the Shoreline Church in San Clemente. I know this is important that we live locally. So if we're not right in San Clemente, like I said, we're just immediately adjacent next door. And we feel it's critical to develop this project in a manner that adds value to the local residents and businesses, while at the same time protecting San Clemente's suburban beach community and open spaces such as the adjacent park. Next slide, please. Here are some photos of some of our recent projects, 2 of which are also suburban beach communities. The UEI College photo, it was recently taken in our Oceanside, California shopping center. And the aforementioned Starbucks in Huntington Beach is a photo on the top left side. The photo on the top right is Burlington, which is a shopping center we redeveloped in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And the last photo on the bottom right is a Choose Fitness that we repositioned an old grocery store in Tucson, Arizona. Next slide, please. So following is our proposal project for the 2.39 acres of land located at the southwest corner of Avenida La Plata and Avenida Vista Hermosa. Our proposed development consists of a Ralph's gas station and convenience store with an end cap drive-through Starbucks or similar quick service retail tenant. The advantage of Ralph's gas over traditional gas stations is their bulk purchasing strength and ability to buy the highest quality of fuel. They sell approximately 5% of all fuel consumption nationally, which allows them to pass on price savings to all customers. On average, Ralph's gas is about 30% cheaper per gallon than competitive gas stations. In addition, Ralph's customers can get added fuel savings by using their Ralph's Rewards points. Each dollar spent at a Ralph's grocery store earns 1 reward point. Every 100 points earns 10 cents off per gallon, up to 1,000 points or $1 off per gallon on a single purchase of up to 35 gallons of fuel. So think Costco gas, without the crazy lines. Another added benefit to the community is that this proposed fuel station will service the customers of the 2 nearby Ralph's grocery stores, the Talega store and the location on the freeway Camino de Estrella. Both of these grocery stores perform marginally, and the sales from the Ralph's gas station will increase the health and long-term viability of both of these grocery stores, thereby ensuring they stay open, as well as increasing the current sales tax dollars received from these 2 grocery stores. Since our initial proposal to you guys back in December, we've continued to work our project, and we're really excited to announce that we've been able to add 2 new exciting tenants to our project. We've come to terms with Toyota to add 2 hydrogen fueling terminals that will service Toyota's ever-expanding hydrogen car fleet, as well as other hydrogen-fueled cars. A new era of hydrogen-powered zero-emission vehicles is underway in California. Fuel cell cars now offer consumers a compelling, viable alternative to cars powered by internal combustion engines. California currently has the highest number of fuel cell vehicles globally. The state's initial retail hydrogen station network is up and running, and it ranks as one of the largest of its kind in the world. The customer base is poised for substantial growth. Accelerating the turnover of California's existing vehicle population to zero-emission vehicles is crucial to achieving the state's environmental goals. Developing the hydrogen production and distribution infrastructure will generate significant private and public sector revenues as the vehicle's population increases. Toyota currently has 41 retail hydrogen stations open in California with 19 in development. The time to refuel takes about 3 to 5 minutes per vehicle, and the average mile per tank is about 250 miles. There will be 2 fueling stations installed at this project, and the hydrogen station will be open 24/7 with remote monitoring and troubleshooting by an engineer. We've also come to terms with EVgo to install 4 electric car charging stations, and combined these 3 will provide best-in-class traditional and clean renewable energy fueling options for the local community, which is an unparalleled amenity compared to any other surrounding communities. The southern part of the project will be occupied by Fast 5 Express Car Wash, who was voted the best express car wash in Orange County by the LA Times. They become the largest express car wash operator in Southern California, washing over 2.5 million cars per year. The car wash facility will be equipped with over 1 million of quieter, state-of-the-art wash and dry equipment, and Fast 5 Car Express is one of the market leaders in environmentally friendly car washes. All water used on site is filtered and recycled. Absolutely no residue drains in the city's storm drain system. All grease, oils, and solids are collected and hauled off site to a collection center for environmental waste, and all soaps are biodegradable and produce no odor, and several millions of gallons of water will be saved each year. All the tenants in our project have remained open and performed during the pandemic, and in the case of Ralph's Gas, they have thrived, and this speaks to the long-term viability and the strength of our project's tenant lineup. Next slide, please. Here's our proposed site plan. As you can see, the northern building will be a multi-tenant building that will contain the gas station convenience store and an end cap drive-through Starbucks or other quick service restaurant. The blue areas represent where the hydrogen fuel pumps will be located and the hydrogen fuel storage tank. The green areas represent where the electric car charging stations will be located, and the southern building is a standalone Fast 5 Express car wash that will have free vacuum and drying stations. You can see that the site plan lays out very nicely with easy access and traffic flow, and leaves enough land to the west to incorporate a public art sculpture. Next slide, please. Here's a breakdown of our purchase terms. $7,150,000. We will put up a deposit of $350,000 that will become non-refundable immediately upon opening of escrow. We need 60 days to perform our third-party reports, 270 days to receive entitlements, which we can shorten if the city agrees to work with the purchaser to shorten the approval process. And then we can close 21 days after the contingency period expires. Next slide, please. Actually, go back to the last slide, I'm sorry. Thank you. As mentioned when we submitted our best and final offer, I want to note that our offer was based on unknown offsite costs. So in a normal development, we would have had the opportunity to schedule a pre-app meeting with the planning department to understand all of the offsite work required for our project. We did not have that opportunity in this scenario, so I have a significant contingency item in my budget to account for offsite work. If minimal offsite work is required, we can trim up our offsite budget and match or exceed the other purchase prices from the other bidders. We're very transparent in all of our transactions with our sellers, and I only thought it was fair to assume a high offsite cost number going in to prevent a price adjustment once we met with planning. That's just not how we do business. Next slide, please. This is the second option is a ground lease, 50 years, and there's a proposed lease schedule. Pretty straightforward, and then we would have 4 options to extend the term of lease by 10 years each. Next slide, please. In conclusions, we prefer to purchase over ground lease, but we will move forward with whatever option the city feels best fits their needs. A ground lease creates additional hurdles in that the city, being the fee owner, would have to subordinate to our lender when we obtain our construction loan. Also, there are potential liability issues with some of the tenants, as the city would remain on the chain of title. The tax estimate for our city, we estimate, will be $26 million over the next 40 years. That number is significantly higher than our competitors. A strong component that sets our project apart from the competing proposals is the incremental sales tax revenue the city will receive with our project, the amount of increased volume that Rouse gas stations sell over their competitors. An average of which is about an average of double the sales nationally that Rouse sells from over their competitors, and that's due to their lower price point they provide, due to their bulk buy purchasing power. And this location is estimated to sell north of $23 million in fuel per year, which is a conservative number. And if you guys would like, I can break down the sales tax revenues of the city as one of the public comments mentioned earlier. So let me know if you'd like me to do that. Lastly, the construction timeline would be about 6 to 8 months from entitlements. And then the next slide, I'll show you why we think this is a good fit for La Pata. So this project, as I mentioned earlier, will create a unique one-stop traditional and clean energy fueling, food, and express car wash location for all vehicles and pedestrians. It's extremely rare to combine Rouse gas, Toyota hydrogen fuel, and EVgo electric charging stations in one location. Combined, they will provide best-in-class traditional and clean renewable energy fueling options for the local community, which is an unparalleled amenity compared to any other surrounding communities. The project is unmatched in terms of quality of tenants, high value, low price point amenities that will provide to the community, focus on environmentally safe and renewable energy products, substantial increase in projected sales tax dollars the city of San Clemente will receive, and the development will enhance and preserve San Clemente suburban beach community while focused on providing best-in-class amenities to the local community. As mentioned, pricing is so close with the other top offers and can potentially be matched if the significant off-site work is not required. So while although the final proceeds of the city are important, I feel it's equally important to realize how unique and special it is to combine all of these tenants and amenities to the local community into one development. The addition of the clean and renewable energy options will place San Clemente on the cutting edge of zero-emission vehicles and the leader on environmental standards for surrounding Southern California communities. Lastly, we can move faster than the other bidders have proposed since our deals with our tenants are already finalized, and we can close escrow upon receipt of entitlements, which the city controls. Thank you so much for your time and consideration, and we very much welcome the opportunity to bring this first-class development to a successful completion. We look forward to working with you guys on this project, and of course, welcome any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKeon. Does council members have any questions for Mr. McKeon? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and move on to the next presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Casey. Next up, we'll have Cadence with their presentation. I believe that we have Greg and William on the call with us to present for them. Greg or William, are you online?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. As soon as we get the slides up, you can begin.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. My name is Greg Fick for Cadence Capital Acquisitions, and we're really excited to present our proposal tonight for the development of the southwest corner of Avenida, Vista, Hermosa, and Avenida La Pata. Next slide, please. Okay, just a little bit of a background on Cadence. We're a well-established development firm that over the past 15 years has specialized in the acquisition of development and retail real estate in the Western United States. The Cadence team has completed real estate developments and investments valued over $1 billion with annual development and investment volume in excess of $100 million annually. The majority of our projects are in the Western U.S. with offices in Los Angeles, Washington, and Colorado, and we average approximately 35 developments per year. We are very confident and have an experienced team with over 225 years of combined real estate experience and a great, consistent, localized Orange County team of brokers, engineers, architects, construction managers, and property management that have successfully worked on many, many projects over the years. We're very flexible and cater to our clients' needs as well as the development goals of the city as well, and the agencies that we work with. Next slide, please. Why San Clemente? So we selected tenants based on market demands for this site, with tenants that will be complementary to the surrounding area. For example, we wouldn't deliver a national coffee user that could directly affect the locally operated Zebra House Coffee that will be placed in the Target shopping center across the street and potentially put them out of business. We feel that's very important, and as well as listening to all the public comments previously, that we are also committed to providing and seeking owners and operators for all of our tenants, and we'll go through that in a bit. Our experience is that when our partners live and work within their own communities, it really does benefit everyone within the community. Why also we do understand San Clemente. We recently received the entitlement approval for a beautifully designed drive-through and retail pad for the out parcel at the Target site across the street on Avenida, Vista, Hermosa, and are currently in the construction documents phase. So we do understand the requirements, given that it is a scenic corridor for the general plan, and we'll ensure that this project is also very highly designed and will meet all those standards. Next slide, please. As mentioned previously, we have worked on many developments and properties all over the Western United States, from large shopping centers to small scale developments, including regional shopping centers, neighborhood shopping centers that have a variety of tenants that such as high-end retail and restaurants, grocery stores, fitness centers, food halls, drive-through restaurants, fuel stations, in jurisdictions such as Los Angeles, Santa Monica, Hollywood, Mission Viejo, Rancho Santa Margarita, and Santa Clarita, to name a few. And based on our development history, we feel that we are a great fit and capable of meeting the demands of agencies and tenants. The pictures that you see on this slide are more geared towards built-to-suit tenants that have been developed over the years as well. Next slide, please. So when we first completed the site, we actually created two options, and we believe that satisfied the criteria of the highest and best use, purchase price, and ongoing revenue to the city. The first concept was a center anchored with a specialty grocery store and a brewery with a beer garden that would be more family oriented, and thought that these actually would be real amenities to the community and a concept that residents would frequent and really appreciate. We still remain open to these uses. However, after understanding the desired economic benefits of the city for the site, we thought it'd be best to provide a mix of uses that would still complement the services to the surrounding neighborhood while providing the needed tax revenue that is desired. So the three users, Cadence is a preferred developer for 7-Eleven convenience stores and has delivered numerous stores in California, Washington, Colorado. We're also proposing a fast and furious car wash, express wash, which is Southern California owned and operated, and would be would have local representation of ownership and operation from a San Clemente resident. Same with 7-Eleven, we would have seek a franchisee that would be local to the community. However, with going back to the car wash, it's our understanding that there may be special entitlements required to provide a car wash to the site. that is not and it's not expressively permitted in the Foster Ranch specific plan. So, but however, to support a high land value and contribute toward the ongoing revenue that may be desired by the city, we've now included that as part of our proposal here. We also are proposing a quick service restaurant for the project that would be seeking, again, somebody that would complement the local community and not cannibalize other uses. Next slide, please. This is our proposed site plan. It is conceptual site plan with the proposed fuel station at the hard corner of Vista, Hermosa, and La Plata. With the drive-through fronting La Plata, and the car wash would be towards the rear of the site. We would obviously work close with staff and the design review committee during the entitlement process to ensure that all design requirements are met and that a high-quality project is delivered. Next slide, please. For the offer purchase, since there's uncertainties to what uses will actually be supported by city staff, namely the car wash, required offsite improvements, as well as those uncertainties that have been created by the recent COVID-19 pandemic, we only feel that it's appropriate to submit a price range for the development, $6 million to $7.5 million. However, we do feel that we would be on the higher end of our proposal, and would also want the due diligence period to properly inspect the property and complete the necessary entitlements to secure the site. Next slide, please. While our business model does require fee ownership of the majority of the project, we would still be willing to be flexible and allow the city to retain a portion of the project. In this proposal, the city would retain ownership of one of the parcels and receive approximately $160,000 to $175,000 annually, plus increases every 5 years. Also, at the close of escrow, the city would receive 3/5 of the ultimate purchase price. Next slide, please. So why are we a good fit for this project? I just want to reiterate that we have the competence to develop this project, and we have experience and pedigree to deliver what we're proposing to provide, and that shows with the out parcel that's across the street that's going to be developed and constructed in the next year. We're flexible with regards to the deal type for the city and flexible in meeting the demands for the design of the project. We're anticipating approximately 302,500 sales tax annually. We understand and know the challenges that we may face while entitling the project and anticipate 7 to 9 months for entitlements, approximately 5 to 6 months for construction documents, and 8 months for construction. We're committed to bringing first-class operators that will complement the surrounding uses. We're also committed to hiring local San Clemente owners and operators for all the 3 tenants. We do feel we're the perfect fit to develop this site, and here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Fick. Do council members have any questions at this time? No, hearing none. John, thank you very much, Mr. Fick, for your presentation. I appreciate that. Jonathan, would you like to introduce the next presenter?
Yes, thank you. So next up, we have a team of presenters that will be representing Cypress, and that will be Sarah and Ryan and Brett. So Sarah, can you confirm that you can hear us?
This is Ryan. Can you guys hear us?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Ryan. As soon as those slides get up, you can get to it. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. Okay. To the San Clemente City Council and staff, good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Ryan Blanchard, and I'm a resident of San Clemente. I live in Talega at 17 Via Regalo. Cypress Express Partners is a partnership between two families, the Blanchard family and the Fate family. Slide 2, please. The Blanchards have been developing the H2Go brand since 2010 and additionally have over 30 years of experience developing retail shopping centers throughout Southern California. We're very proud of the operations and culture we have built and proud of what we are doing for the environment in terms of saving water. At H2Go, we value three things above all else: our employees, our customers, and our communities. Let's focus on the community part for a minute. We love supporting local schools, sports, and charities. Each year, we host fundraisers for organizations from big, such as St. Jude's Children's Hospital, to small, such as the local pet adoption agency we support up in Westminster. We also have been participating in Grace for Vets for over 5 years now, which is a program that provides free, eco-friendly car washes for vets on Veterans Day. As CEO of H2Go, I am responsible for operations, and I live 6 minutes from the property. My kids attend Vista Del Mar and can't wait to be Tritons over the next few years. Soon after, they will begin working at H2Go, along with some of their classmates, I'm sure, to begin saving for college and to commence their learning about hard work, professionalism, and serving customers. That is one thing you can count on with me. I will be a steward of the city and will always have the community's well-being in mind. Before I hand off to Sarah, I'd like to make one more point. I've been hearing for a while now from neighbors and friends in San Clemente, just as you have, that we need another service station and car wash besides the one next to Lowe's. We've all had challenging experiences there, so there's no need to delve into that. But what needs to be stressed is the importance of having good operators in our city. We all want to be served by folks that cherish the city as much as we do. We sleep better at night knowing our community is filled with folks who love having their businesses here so much that they treat it like home. These are people who love our small town, one town philosophy and care about the appearance of their properties and care about supporting our local schools and youth programs. That is what you will be getting from the Blanchards and the Fates. I'd now like to introduce Sarah Sibia, who's going to give some background on the Fate family.
Good evening. Thank you for having us here tonight. I'm Sarah Sibia. I'm the managing partner and representative of the Fate family, which consists of 9 family members. My grandfather, Newell Fate, started our business over 60 years ago, and we are now in our 3rd generation. Since the late 60s, we've had our headquarters in Orange County. In addition to several other active companies, we have continually operated a very successful real estate organization of development, long-term ownership and day-to-day management of our entire real estate portfolio, which includes retail, office, and commercial and multifamily residential units. We take a lot of pride in ownership and creating great relationships with our various tenants to help them succeed. We're not interested in building and selling. For tonight's presentation, I'd like to focus on a couple key points why our group is best positioned to be builder, developer, and operator of the city land. We have financial strength and liquidity. The Fate Group operates over $900 million in assets and brings a 30-year plus banking relationship with Wells Fargo. In our April bid submission to the city, we supplied a letter from the bank confirming cash balances over $150 million with additional unrestricted credit lines of $140 million. We are an experienced developer and operator and have built 6 express car washes, numerous Chevron 76 gas stations, and coffee locations. 2 different cities have awarded us Best of Business and Design Awards. We currently operate 4 washes with an additional 3 under development and Chevron gas station C-store. Please go to slide 3. This slide includes images of our H2Go location, and at the bottom are images of what we've developed in San Clemente, respecting the Ole Hansen seaside architecture. Please go to slide 4. In the upper left corner is our Chevron gas station in Irvine, and the lower left corner is our 300,000 square foot California Highway Patrol headquarters in Sacramento that we developed and built and continue to own and manage. Our CHP building includes a helicopter pad, a state-of-the-art electronics communication system. The building has housed the CHP for over 11 years. Please go to slide 5. Now I'd like to introduce Brett, who's going to present the remainder of our proposal.
Thank you. Our intended use was to create a synergy of 3 compatible neighborhood retail service related uses. Specifically, we're proposing a retail gas station and convenience store branded either Chevron or Shell, a drive-through quick service coffee house, and our branded H2Go Express car wash. Please turn the slide. The site plan reflects the 3 uses mentioned previously. The site perimeter shows 3 ingress and egress points, 1 on Hermosa and 2 on La Plata. On the corner, colored in orange, is the C-store with the multi-gas station pump islands. Adjoining the gas station in green is the quick service drive-through retailer, and behind, colored in blue, will be the H2Go car wash. Additionally, from a traffic standpoint, the site is designed to meet current city parking requirements and is adequate on-site auto queuing and designed to have non-existent overflow impact onto the streets. Please turn the slide. As you can see, we're the highest offer that you've received to date. Our purchase offer is $7.5 million all cash. We only require 90 days to review title and any soils issues, and we would close 30 days after our contingencies were removed. Please turn the slide. Once again, we're the highest offer you have received. The starting lease rate is $500,000 for a term of 25 years plus options, with the largest rental increases by anyone. The lease would commence 180 days from receipt of permits. The lease would include an option to purchase between the 4th and 6th year for $10.3 million. Contingencies would be similar to the offer to purchase. From a pure monetary perspective, this would be the most profitable proposal to the city that you have considered. If the option was exercised, the city would receive approximately $12.5 million. And if we did not exercise the purchase option, the city would receive in excess of $46 million in consideration for the life of the leasehold. Please turn the slide. We've had the opportunity to review the other 4 proposals, and we'd like to assist you in your decision by differentiating our offer from the others. Number 1, we're the highest monetary offer to the city on both proposals and by a wide margin on the ground lease. Number 2, when you're comparing the tax revenue projections, it's a total moot point because all 5 offers contain the same uses. So there's no single offer that will produce more taxes. It is a best guess on sales at this point. So when it comes to the tax projections, we are all even. Number 3, on the ground lease proposal, we're willing to prepay the first 2 years' rent, which would equal $1 million upfront to give the city a cash infusion. And number 4, we estimate we will create approximately 45 new jobs and will hire locally, as we've always done. In conclusion, if the city values, number 1, family first, number 2, creation of local jobs, number 3, flexibility monetarily to assist the city in any way, number 4, stability, we only develop to keep and not sell, and we're here for the long haul. Number 5, the only bidder who has experience in building and completing developments in the city already. Number 6, staying local with local ownership and community commitment. And 7, finally, if you value that we have made the highest offers to the city of all the bidders, then we believe we are the best and most qualified bidder, and the community would be best served by your choosing us tonight. We thank you, and we're available for questions.
Okay, thank you, Ryan, Sarah, and Brett. Do we have any questions from council members?
Mayor Pro Tem, this is Councilmember Ward.
Please, Councilmember Ward.
I have a quick question. Going to the site plan, and I'm not sure if the applicant's going to be able to do that. I just have a question of what the parking lot is for that's kind of in the middle of the site plan. It doesn't seem, it has hedges around it, doesn't seem to go to the gas station or the drive-through.
If you're referring, there's vacuum stalls, the vacuum plaza, and then there's additional parking for the food use. If that's what you're referring to?
I see. So if you wanted to park, you would be able to do that and go into. You won't have to go through the drive-through.
Correct.
I see. Okay, thank you. That was just a quick question. I understand all your other points. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Okay, hearing no other questions, we'll move on to the final presentation, and that is going to be by Fountainhead Development, and I believe that we have Craig Smith on the line, as well as potentially a colleague of his, David. So Craig and David, can you hear us? Craig, I can see that you're unmuted, but I haven't heard you yet. Can you respond? I do see that we have Craig on, so if we can get the presentation ready while we try to get the audio corrected with Craig. And Craig, let's try that one more time. Can you try speaking into your microphone? Craig, can you hear me? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to see if I can contact Craig individually, separately from this call. I don't know if you'd like to take some time to begin discussing, but I'm going to see if I can reach out to him separately quickly.
Okay, that would be good.
Hey, this is Councilman Chris Ham. If the applicant tries pressing *6# it should take his phone off mute. So if the applicant wants to try pushing *6#. If not, we can go to comments.
Great. Are there any comments from council at this present time? I have some, but I'll defer to my fellow council members first. Nope, hearing none. All right, can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Hi, can you hear us? Hi, can you hear us?
Are you? They're here.
Hi, this is Craig and David.
Craig or David, was that you?
This is Craig. Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. Are you able to see the screen, the shared presentation?
Yes, we are
Okay,
now ready. Sorry for the technical difficulty.
We are all working through it. Thanks for your patience and for joining. And if you want to begin, at your leisure. Thank you.
Okay. My name's Craig Smith. I'm with Fountainhead Development. We are a shopping center development company, and I'm here with David Del Rahim, who is the owner, founder of Platinum Energy, who is the owner, David and his family are the owners of Bella Marketplace and Bliss Car Wash. Next, please. Okay, some first bullet point is some background on our experience. We've delivered premises to over 200 tenants in California. David has operated over 130 fueling stations in Southern California. And for most of his 38-year career, he was using the major oil company car washes when he invented the Bliss car wash several years ago, which has been a big success and has taken the technology in the industry to a new level. A very important thing to mention here, we will not be utilizing financing for either the purchase of the property or the construction of the improvements. We have funds in the bank, in which can be provided upon request. Proof can be provided. A handful of projects, recent projects we have worked on as an idea about the kind of stuff that we typically do. And want to make a very important designation for this project, that this is a fueling station, but it is not a convenience store. It is a junior market. It is the Bella Marketplace Junior Market. We'll get into that more as the presentation goes along. Also want to make a point that we have partnered with cities 4 times in 4 different cities, and it's been great. It's been very successful for us and the cities. So partnering with the city of San Clemente is very comfortable for us and something that's a perfect fit for what we've already done. Next slide, please. Some pictures of a couple of recent projects, similar projects that we have done. Noteworthy, upper left, there's a first drive-through Starbucks in California, in downtown Palm Springs. You can see who some of the tenants we work with. Certainly the project and In-Lieu on the bottom left and the center in Rialto, those were partnership projects with those cities. Next slide. Okay, the upper elevation is an architectural rendering of the Bella Marketplace for this location. It is a very high-end experience, and we will get more into product selection, but keep in mind that their buildings are beautiful and the interiors are as beautiful as the exteriors. And we'll have some more photographs of that slides as we get through the presentation. At the bottom is the car wash tunnel, consistent with the architecture, the Spanish architecture of the city and of the Bella Marketplace. One thing that sets it apart, we had an idea that in the alcoves, we have an idea to put up murals of prominent San Clemente figures, like an Ole Hansen or any other people in the city that you think would warrant presentation on the panels in the car wash. Kind of a fun idea, fun component of the project. Next slide, please. Okay, to the left is a letter of support from Starbucks for both our company and for their interest in the project. And as you look at the site plan, you can see, you know, we've submitted this to the city. We haven't. We're certainly open to tweaking, altering the plan as the planning department sees fit. But that's a general idea of what we're thinking. The Bella Marketplace, the Bliss Car Wash, and Starbucks. Next slide, please. Okay, this is a Bella Marketplace that is located in Laguna Hills on Alicia Parkway. You can see it's not a Circle K 7-Eleven. It is a very highly appointed junior market. David puts a lot of effort into what he does in creating the Bella Marketplace experience. Some of the next slide. Okay, these are a couple of photographs from inside David's stores. One's on Alicia and then one on Cabot Road. The Bella Marketplace is different in that as it creates fresh daily offerings of organic salads, wraps, sandwiches, other healthy alternatives, along with gourmet coffee with barista support. In a typical junior market, when you walk, or a convenience store, when you walk in, there's someone behind the counter and you go into the store and you help yourself. When you walk into a Bella Marketplace, there are never less than 3 employees, all dressed in black slacks, a black vest, and a white button-down long-sleeve shirt that are there to help people. And these are people who get to know the neighborhood, get to know the neighbors, the regular customers, and you're greeted with, you have a personal greeting as you step into the store. It is not a convenience store. It is a neighborhood junior market. It's very different to make the designation. Next slide, please. Okay. You know, that the terms of our offer, it's either a purchase or a lease. you know, with the one component, the second bullet point for the top, we want to kind of point out is that we will open escrow with a $500,000 non-refundable deposit at opening of escrow. We want the city to know that there is certainty in working with us to get this done. Next slide. We are fine either leasing or purchasing. You know, David is the operator. You know, the fountainhead will take the lead in the entitlement process, working with the consultants. We'll take the lead in working with Starbucks. David and his family will take the lead in creating the Bella Marketplace and the Bliss Car Wash. And as such, as a tenant owner, he is fine either way. It's no problem. The numbers, the green numbers, it's a breakdown of the revenue to the city. I think the numbers, it sounds like the numbers from the different projects are all similar, but there's our calculation. We want to get through the entitlements as quickly as possible and construct the improvements as quickly as possible. We feel very strongly about the project. We think it's a wonderful community and a great opportunity, and we think that what we do and what we're offering is a great fit. We're very excited to get started. And that would conclude our presentation unless there are questions.
Yes, hi, this is Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson. I have a question about the car wash. Is that a manned car wash or not? Or could we make it a manned car wash?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem. This is David Derahim. I'm the CEO of the Bliss Car Wash, owner and operator. This is Express Car Wash. One thing worth mentioning about Bliss, which is very different from any other express car washes, not only in processing the car wash, but we have the only freshwater accountability technology proprietary to Bliss. So we measure every gallon of water that goes through the pipe. And another point is about the philanthropy culture within the Bliss, that we drill one freshwater in West Africa, the poorest country in Nigeria, every time we open up a car wash. So we are totally committed to water saving, as well as 100%, we only use 100% eco-friendly biodegradable products.
Okay.
And bye.
Oh no, go ahead. I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No. So this is automated express car wash. We normally have about 3 to 4 people helping customers to process their vehicles or attend to their needs at any given time.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Are there any questions from my fellow council members? Hearing none, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it. Turn this back over to you, Jonathan. Thank you.
That concludes the presentations from the 5 top offers that the city had received. Again, those are the top value offers that had come into the city. As I mentioned before, there will be a follow-up process for the entitlement that will go through the Planning Division of Community Development. But this evening, we are looking for some direction from Council on proceeding with and one of the offers that has been presented.
Okay, thank you very much, Jonathan. Appreciate your presentation tonight. Well, I guess I have some comments. I'll get started. You know, though, ideally, I had hoped we could see some kind of a family-friendly restaurant and amenities here. The site is very small for that in terms of providing for the parking, so that's a challenge at this location. The city has talked about selling this lot for many years, probably close to a decade. And we're at a point where in our growth in our city that we could use the revenue very much so. As you know, last year council had decided to put this parcel up for lease or for sale to be able to fund law enforcement, and part of it was to pay down some pension costs, and we need that. Just looking at our pension, unfunded pension liability, I think it's just over 40 million, I believe. Correct me, please, Mr. Sun, if I'm wrong. But so there's a lot of needs in our community, and I'm flexible to look at these projects because they are quality projects. By the way, all the 5 projects presented tonight are very beautifully aesthetically designed and have nice features, neighborhood services for the community. So I appreciate all of them. I could support one of them if council could support me in designating these funds for future CIP projects, of course, excluding what was designated last year for the cost, because we had, staff had indicated we would have about a $3.5 million probably sale at the time. Of course, a year and a half has passed, and it's nice to see the offers come in higher. And of course, the one-time costs, I would like to see that lockboxed in for capital improvement projects going forward. Our city's about 8 years will be 100 years old, so we're coming upon a century-year-old city, and we're going to need that money for infrastructure projects, and I'd like to see that happen. And construction costs, as we all know, just continue to climb and outpace inflation, and even during COVID, construction, even in the private and public sector, is not closed down. So we're going to have a lot of needs. We've got to prepare for those going forward in the future. And I'd like to see us be able to pick a project that can provide some things that are beneficial here to our community. And I think every proposal provided something, I think, that's positive. It's just deciding which one to go with, which is going to be tough. Of course, highest and best use is what we do probably. I personally will look at for the revenue, of course, and again, they're all quality projects. And the long-term revenue, we get annual revenue from these as opposed to a project that doesn't generate sales tax, and property tax we'll get as well, which is a bonus to our city. And just to be able to prioritize funding projects in the future that come back to council with the use of the money, so it doesn't just go in the general fund and go away. So those are my comments. I'd love to hear what my fellow council members think. Do you have any comments? Thank you, Councilmember.
Yes, I do. So I have no doubt every presentation was first-class developers, first-class operators. I'm certainly intrigued by the $7 million of that we would achieve immediately, and then the recurring revenue going in the future, whatever that is, $25, $30 million over 40 years. Today I checked, and I think our unfunded liabilities are at $30 million, 14.5 going for the old San Clemente Police Department and 15.5 to city employees. There may be more there, Mayor Pro Tem, but it's $30 million that I know about. With all that said, I was moved by a couple things that the authors who commented. We can do better. Family friendly. This is our gateway. Retail, and we need retail and restaurants in Talega. I'm not even sure that would pencil out in that on that plot of land or not. The one thing I don't want to do, we do have this unfunded liability, but to sell this asset is a little bit like someone that's lived beyond their means, and they're taking their family heirlooms to a pawn shop to derive some revenue. I'm more concerned about how we're going to pay off this unfunded liability. And without a doubt, we're going to have to tighten our belt at some point in time and live within our means. With all that being said, I just can't support selling it at this time. I can't support a gas station at this time. Most everything I received were people who were adamantly opposed to a gas station. And so again, I'm stuck with some comments from the writers tonight of we can do better, family friendly, gateway. With that being said, I am not in favor of moving forward with a gas station or any of these developers at this time, and it has nothing to do with them. I think we have to look strategically on how we're going to pay down our debt, and this is just a drop in the bucket of what we have to achieve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember James. Do we have any other comments?
This is Councilmember Ward. I'd like to ask staff a few questions. So, Eric, council has talked about this before, prior council, of a reluctance to actually sell city property and a favor, to lease. How could we look at paying off our pension liabilities if we were to take a lease on this property and not sell it? Would that come from other areas, or would this partially fund that?
No, so Councilmember Ward and Mayor Pro Tem and council members, the question being, if we were to go to a lease, how could we achieve paying down our unfunded liability? And so I think if council gave us direction to work with a developer on a lease scenario, and then there was some direction, as Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson indicated, for setting aside those monies for one-time uses, she specifically mentioned CIPs, I think staff would do some due diligence in coming back with a financial plan as it relates to a model. So like, let's say, for instance, we would do a 10-year model with a lease and show X amount of dollars being set aside in our unassigned fund balance to fund one-times, whether it's CIPs or other one-time costs. And then if pursuant to council direction, we could also set aside money to do our pension pay down. I probably would recommend stowing away some money every year, and then maybe on the 5th year doing a significant pay down on unfunded liabilities as the money's accrued. So kind of put it away, save it, and then do some pay downs. But we would definitely be able to come back with a financial plan that kind of shows how we would allocate that revenue from a lease scenario. That would be very easy to do. I have to give the disclaimer that obviously paying down a large sum frees up more ongoing monies with the general fund budget. So if we were to pay down in smaller increments, we would see cost savings. We just wouldn't see as significant of cost savings with the freeing of ongoing revenue or ongoing money.
So, okay, I understand that. I believe the last presentation, Fountainhead Development, correct me if I'm wrong, said something about offering the city 2 years worth of a lease up front. So almost $1 million. Is that correct? Was it the last applicant?
Fountainhead, I believe that is correct. I would ask Jonathan, and I believe it was Craig, to confirm that, but that is what I believe understood their proposal to be.
Okay, would that be helpful at all to trying to set up a plan to set aside money for paying off our pension liabilities?
Absolutely, that would be a great start. Absolutely.
Okay, so council, I would, we've gone through this process and we hired consultants, and they said that this was the highest and best use for the property. As a prior city planner, a planning commissioner, I can see some value to a gas station being at this site because it is La Plata, where other cities come into our city, and they are going to our sports park and to the beach and other areas. I was intrigued by the last presenter, the premium junior market. I think that is more in fitting with Talega and a better use. We couldn't get a restaurant in there. We tried to talk to people and it just didn't pencil out and it wasn't adequate. No one could move on it. So the premium market to me was attractive more so. I remember Bliss Car Wash from the last presentation. They seem to have a lot of pride in their product. I would agree the other ones also had that. I'm looking for someone that wants to stay participated in this project, and I think we saw that from a couple different people. Certainly Property 9, which was one of the lowest as far as purchase price, they intended to stay in. So I have another question real quick of staff. I'm concerned about, a few of these bids were quite high, different from what Property 9 was, and I'm concerned about the possibility of that price changing once we get into them doing their due diligence and entitlements. So what is the chance of that happening where the purchase price would not be the same?
It's a good question, Councilmember Ward. I would actually ask our broker, CBRE, to do their best to explain that. But I will say from a city perspective, my expectation would be that we would obviously come to an agreement and have that agreement in place as the entitlement process plays out. So it would be my wish that the developer, would be locked into their terms and conditions as part of that agreement before moving forward with entitlements. But I would ask that CBRE, whether it's Tim or Justin, wanted to speak to that.
Council and Eric, this is Tim McMahon. Based on the people that we're dealing with, that would be highly unlikely. They're very reputable people and very ethical, and it would be, like I said, highly unlikely for them to do a renegotiation of the price unless there was something major with the soils or something else, but highly unlikely.
Okay, so I guess my comment would be, if we had to pick one tonight, I would be leaning towards a lease only, and I would be leaning towards Fountainhead, mostly because of the junior market and what I think that they would provide to that area, and certainly our sports park, people looking for lunch and things to get before they get on the road or while they're at our sports park. So that's, I can see some community benefit there. I think a premium market would be more in keeping with what Lega might be looking for. But Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson, I think on our CIP projects, certainly, those are important, but our staff, usually those are planned many years in advance, and staff sets aside money for those. And so I think if, I wouldn't be for delegating that just to CIP projects, because our staff has told us that we need to start paying down some of our pension liability, and certainly we need some money to go to our general fund in the future. So I think that a lease, instead of looking at $7.5 million, we would be looking at $9 million more in 20 years and into the future. And I think that's what San Clemente needs, is a guaranteed revenue source and not to get rid of our property. So I'd like to just say that I think we should do that and defer the total money and get it over the years so that we have growth in the future. That's just my comment. If we had to pick one, and I'm willing to discuss more.
Excuse me, Justin McMahon here. I want to correct one thing that was said. It was Cypress that offered the 2 years prepaid rental, which would equal $1 million in their proposal.
Okay, thank you very much. I thought I might be wrong, but I had it written down wrong. Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks, Councilmember Ward, for your comments. Yeah, the CIP projects, some of them we had to defer this year. Direct Public Works Director Tom Vonnegut can speak to those, and so that's unfortunate, but we had to due to the sign of the times. But I don't support leasing it. I support selling it. I don't think leases are a good idea for this site. Inflation will kill this lease, and over time, we will enter a recession if we're not already getting into one. Locally, sounds like tonight with our numbers, we're doing a lot better than most, which is good, but the recession will affect us. Let's see, that said, I don't want to be a landlord. I don't think that's wise for us to be a landlord, and we won't get the property tax either over time on this property as well. And I'm just not supportive of doing that. If we're going to do something with it, I'd rather sell it. And I agree with you, however, Councilmember Ward, with the Fountainhead project. I think that's the best fit for this location. Thanks. Any other comments from council members?
Yeah, I have some comments.
Please, Councilmember Ham.
I'd just like to thank staff for all their hard work in this. I'd like to thank all the applicants for all their hard work in this. I want to remind everybody at home and the applicants as well as staff that when we started down this road almost 2 years ago now, we had an entirely different council majority. We lost one mayor, another mayor's quit, and we subsequently elected Gene James. So we've overturned 3 seats since we initiated this process 18 months ago. That being said, I haven't been supportive of selling this process. The budget since that time has been in the black. I'm not a fan of selling off property when we have a balanced budget and we don't need to generate any additional revenue at this point in time. However, that being said, I was the person who was pushing for the lease option, so I want to thank all the applicants for coming back with a lease option, because I believe some of the more financially stable cities within our county, like Irvine, do hold on to their property, and they do long-term leases. And Laura, you pointed out that in 8 years we'll be here for 100 years, and as a municipality being the oldest city in South Orange County, I predict we're going to be here another 100 years. So I would love to see that this piece of property be a legacy property for the residents of San Clemente. That being said, I still don't support a sale or a lease of this property. I don't think we need to do it. I'm not supportive of it. And with that, out of respect for the applicants and the hard work they put in, I'm going to make a motion that we table this item until the first meeting in January.
Okay, do we have a second? Thank you, Councilmember Ham, for your comments. Do we have a second for Councilmember Ham's motion?
So, Councilmember Ham, you're tabling it to January because of the fact that that would be a new city council, and you're thinking that council should make a decision on this property.
Yeah, so I'm hearing 4 different voices going 4 different directions. I haven't heard any 2 of us agree on any one direction. And so come January, hopefully we'll be a little further down the road with COVID. We'll have a better understanding to Laura and Jean's previous points that the city may not be as financially stable or as strong as we're currently predicting, as we're currently forecasting. And it gets us through the storm, we'll say, a little bit further. Also on the horizon is an election. We'll have 5 members of council. And hopefully at that point, there'll be some consensus among the 3 of them.
Okay, I will second that motion.
Okay, great. Yes,
Chris,
Councilman Chase?
Yeah, Chris, I just want to clarify. I think our budget is fine, but we cannot turn a blind eye to $30 million in unfunded liabilities. This is like a huge iceberg we have to look at. So yes, the budget is strong. We're doing a great job of managing the budget, but I am concerned about these unfunded liabilities.
Thank you, Councilmember James. And Mr. Sun, could you verify the numbers? Is it 30? Is it 40 million? I thought it was 40, but Councilmember James says 30. Do you know more accurately what it might be, or is it 30 million it?
Yes, Council or Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson, everyone was kind of right. So total unfunded liability is $45 million. Councilmember James referenced our public safety and our miscellaneous dollar amounts, but in total, which also includes marine safety and our previous is $45 million. And that can be found on page 307 of the budget.
I'm pulling it up right here, $44,961,000. Okay, thank you. A lot of money. That's a big chunk. We have to start paying that down. Huge liability. But I can support Councilmember Ham's motion. I can support that. So, Councilmember James, do you have some additional comments before we take a roll call vote on the motion?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, let's go ahead and vote. Councilmember Ham?
I'm going to be an aye, and I just want to say thanks for bringing that issue to the forefront, Gene.
Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Councilmember James?
Aye.
And Ferguson's an aye, so that's unanimous 4-0 to table this decision till January. Thank you all, and thank you all of the presenters and staff. Good work on this.
Okay, the next item, item D, is expansion of small business assistance strategies to overcome impacts related to novel coronavirus, COVID-19, as well as the economic development update that was continued from special presentations.
Okay, very good. Do we have any comments on this tonight, City Clerk?
We do have some comments, yes.
Okay, may we hear those, please?
Sure. The first comment is from Kathy Owens. Outdoor dining has been a pleasant situation and a good idea that has kept the restaurants open. Here are some thoughts and suggestions for your consideration regarding outdoor dining and observation since my last letter to the City Council. The length of time should be coordinated with the state mandate regarding no indoor dining. Once that is lifted by the state, the city needs to totally rethink the idea entirely. The restaurants which are open 7 days a week for both lunch and dinner should be given priority to continue with outdoor dining. It's not reasonable for those that are not open 7 days a week for both lunch and dinner to take up valuable parking spaces, which the retail businesses desperately need for their survival during the day. Otherwise, we will not have pedestrian mixed-use business district, which has been so successful on Del Mar in the T-zone area. The placement of the outdoor dining should only be located immediately in front of the specific restaurant and not in front of other businesses. That is just not fair to the other businesses which depend on street visibility for their storefront. And for heaven's sake, please do not have outdoor dining in front of the U.S. Post Office on Del Mar. How inconsiderate to the people who need access. Outdoor dining should not be in the winter months when we have inclement weather. Additionally, the retail merchants have a majority of their sales during holiday months, and it is just not fair to them. They need the parking. The Promenade Flea Market of Del Mar is a very bad and dangerous idea during this pandemic. When I first wrote to the City Council in June, there were only 73 cases of COVID-19. Now there are 387. The very first premise of San Clemente's mission statement is to protect the health and safety of the residents. And if the city allows the Promenade Flea Market, then you need to open the street to the car show and fiesta and also allow the Seafood Fest and the Ocean Festival. The city has not done anything to help nonprofits. Thank you for your consideration, Kathy Owens. The next comment is from Bill Hart. Our shop and restaurant owners are hurting due to the extraordinary circumstances of the COVID-19 emergency. The proposals before you would benefit local business and should be adopted. It's important to extend these benefits to the end of the year. Businesses must invest in equipment to operate outdoors. A defined period of time allows business owners to make an investment without risk that outdoor activities suddenly get terminated and the investment goes to waste. I predict an indirect benefit the community as well. During my time on the General Plan Advisory Committee, several proposals were discussed for the reconfiguration and use of Avenida Del Mar. Although many of the ideas were intriguing and creative, they were rejected due to difficult to predict outcomes regarding parking, traffic circulation, etc. Instead, the GPAC board conservatively chose to keep Del Mar pretty much the same as before. We now have an opportunity to try some outside-the-box ideas and see what happens. The temporary nature of the program hedges risk, and might find that certain parts of the program can be considered for long-term implementation. And the worst that can happen is we support our small businesses in this time of emergency and help keep them afloat. I urge council to adopt staff recommendation. And the last comment I have is from Vicki Wilson. Hello, thank you for the opportunity to express support for an extension of the open air dining initiative in response to COVID-19. As a concerned citizen and local business owner, it's my opinion the city must continue to allow this important option for as long as reasonably and legally possible. I understand the short-term goal is to extend until the end of calendar year 2020, but I would support this option through the end of next summer, even if inside dining is back in full swing within the next few months. These are challenging times for most business sectors, be it restaurant, retail, personal services, and nonprofits. Losing all our beloved annual events, which provide opportunity for monetary gain across the board, will have a lasting impact. The last thing we all want to see is empty storefronts and eateries concentrated and or scattered around our lovely city. Now is the time to begin exploring options beyond the immediate crisis, and open-air dining may just be that first step. Thank you for your consideration. Vicki Wilson, Tax Pros. And that's all I have for public comments.
Okay, thank you for reading the comments. Very good. Let's see. Do we have Mr. Lightfoot here to provide a presentation?
Yes, I am still on. Good evening again, City Council. The item in front of you you've considered previously in a modified form and approved on June 2nd to allow for the local businesses to operate outdoors. And staff wanted to bring in front of you a couple of aspects to that prior approval that we're requesting to modify. The first is that, as you know, there's been changes in the requirements and standards at a state level that trickle down and affect our local businesses. And while we first anticipated the restaurants and retail stores being able to regain some of their revenue through outdoor operations, since then, the state has required that other sectors also begin to operate outdoors. Staff has received several requests from operators ranging from fitness studios to churches to also operate in this manner, and we are supportive of that expansion, but did want to bring that in front of you with a modified resolution that replaces the prior approved resolution from June 2nd to allow for these additional business sectors to also move outdoors. Staff also has a recommendation to modify the aforediscussed parking standard. In implementing the program, we did realize that there are some challenges in the requirement for maintaining 50% of parking on site for some of the small businesses. So when you have a business with 3 parking stalls, their limitation then would be to only use up one of those. So I was also recommending an expansion of the program to be more flexible and responsive to the different site characteristics of businesses, and remove that standard or leave that up to a staff determination. And finally, as far as the timeline goes, the initial resolution states that this program would end at the closure of the local emergency, but it was discussed with council that September 30th would be the end of the program. And so on 2 fronts, I wanted to discuss that end of timeline. One, just to validate or verify that council would be supportive of extending the timeline beyond September 30th. Back in June 2nd, we were not sure how long these closures would impact our businesses, and it does appear that this will continue into September and likely beyond. And second, just to, again, to make council aware that when the local emergency ends, this program will need to end. We won't have the grounds again under emergency orders to continue to support this temporary measure. And so this also may be a opportune time for the council to take action in initiating a consideration of more long-term outdoor dining options for the city. So those are the different elements that have been discussed within the report, and those are the recommendations that staff has, and I'm available for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. And council members, do you have any questions?
I have a few comments, and I may have more. I am a big supporter of outdoor dining. I think it has saved many of our restaurants. Additionally, COVID is going to be here for quite some time. We're months away from a vaccine, and then months after that away from widespread distribution of that vaccine. I can't imagine that we're not looking at another year before getting out of this COVID situation. I just really, I think what we've done with the restaurants has been nothing short of amazing. If we could commit to those restaurants a longer term approval of outdoor dining, I think they would be willing to invest on some additional measures to some of the I guess I struggle with some of them. It doesn't really look that great, and if we could just get to a point of having some uniformity across the board, I would like to see improved safety measures with the outdoor dining. I'm concerned about a few of them. They have no safety measures, and I just don't want to see a car plow into a bunch of folks dining outside. So there's a few things that I think we should do. Maybe we could even use COVID funds to do it, as it relates to the safety piece, and so that's where I am right now. I would like, Chris and I have talked about this, so I'd like to hear from Councilmember Ham his thoughts as well.
Gene, thanks for giving me the floor. I like everything you said so far. I'm a little bit more lenient on the aesthetics of what the businesses are doing down there. I think we need to be as helpful as possible. That being said, if the majority wants to create some uniform policy or give direction to staff to do that, I'm not going to oppose it. That being said, I do have some additional ideas above and beyond what staff's recommended. So I think first and foremost, we need to extend the date out to next summer. We don't know when this is going to end. Worst case scenario is we have outdoor dining and outdoor retail opportunities that don't currently exist, and I think this is a great opportunity for us to try something new. So I think till June 29th of 2021 would be a good extension date. I think beyond that, I have some ideas that I want to throw out there, and if council can follow along with me, I think I could get some support for some of these things. So starting down at the Pier Bowl, Avenida Victoria, where we've allowed the restaurants to expand into the street, I think we need to make that permanent. So that space that was taken by loading and unloading zones, I think we should direct staff to come back with a report for us on how we can make that space permanent with a bulb out and some sort of landscaping to go along with it, and then we can lease back that space in perpetuity to the businesses that operate there. I think it's a great addition. Why we didn't do it before is beyond me, and I think we need to keep that space available moving forward. From there, I think we have an opportunity on Del Mar to allow businesses to expand not only into the parking areas, but also into all alleys on Avenida Del Mar. That's both alleys perpendicular and parallel. So behind Del Mar, parallel to it on the north side, there's the promenade idea that we tossed around a couple of years ago. It's an alley that can be utilized for retail as well as dining, as well as the perpendicular alleys. Starting up at the top, just below South and Nix, there's alleys there that extend all the way down between, some are public, some are private. We should allow them to expand into there as well. The bulb outs that already exist on Del Mar that have nice tile mosaics, I think we should allow businesses to expand into that location. And with that, I think we need to direct staff to come back with more bicycle parking nodes on Del Mar, being that we're going to have an influx of people. People want to be out and about. Bicycle sales are through the roof. I think we should increase our bicycle parking capacity. The last one, which is probably going to be the most controversial and why I saved it for last, is I would love the opportunity to convert temporarily the so 1 and 200 blocks of Avenida Del Mar to one-way, westbound only. That enables us to keep our same parking that we had prior to COVID before we allowed people to expand into parking. And then we allow every business to expand into what is currently the parking area. So that way we don't have a loss of parking spaces on Avenida Del Mar. Those are my thoughts. I hope to get support for them. And Gina, I like everything else you said.
So Mayor Pro Tem, this is Councilmember Ward. Can you hear me?
Yes, please, Councilmember Ward. I just have to plug in my laptop. It wasn't responding.
Okay, thank you.
Please.
Okay, so, you know, Chris, those are interesting concepts that you brought up. We have always wanted to try one way. We just never had the ability to do it. I think if we look at these and we have them come back to us, that it is interesting to have the businesses lease back the property that we're allowing them to take over in the Pier Bowl area. That is a very wide street, and I think it might lend itself to the outdoor for now. And maybe we'll decide that, you know, we didn't need the street that wide. But we'll find out as we go if this isn't going to work out. I think with the bicycle parking, if we allow restaurants to go out more, or businesses, I think that maybe some of them, maybe a condition would be to provide an area for a bicycle parking for the people that come to their areas. It's nice to have it close to where you are at, and it helps with safety measures for theft and things like that, but it's just convenient. So I'm looking at this as a longer-term trial period, and I think that I would be willing to do it, but I am not, if we do this concept, I am not willing to do the promenade where we close the entire Del Mar area. I would rather look at one specific plan, because I think that's just too many options. So I would agree that we could go, staff could go to the businesses and see if this is something that they want to pursue and it would work out, and then come back to council on that with a recommendation.
Thanks, Councilmember Ward. Those are very good comments. What did you think about the alleys being utilized? Because the business owners, they need the alleyways, the space for delivery. So I'd be a little concerned going into that area. I love the Pier Bowl area, of course, but what do you think about that, Councilmember Ward?
Can I just clarify?
Yes, please, Councilmember Ham.
So I've been in contact with the DBA with these ideas. They're not, they've been run by the DBA, and they are generally supportive of these ideas. The alleyway discussion, I'm glad you brought that point up, because there are areas for delivery. So the major one that was brought to my concern was the top below Nick's and then below the new ice cream shop there. So if we only allow the alleyways that are in the shadows of the existing building on the west side of the alley, so that way you don't eliminate the complete alley for delivery service. So there'd be some give and take there. It wouldn't be a complete alley or a complete takeover of the alleys. We'd have to work through staff and make sure the deliveries are still getting maintained. So I'm glad you brought that up. I forgot to bring that up.
Okay, thanks, Councilmember Ham. Fair enough. That sounds good. No, this sounds very positive to be able to allow businesses to recoup. Any other comments?
I have one additional comment, and that is we've and I don't have an answer to this, but we've done a lot of focus on the restaurants, and we still, you know, need to take in consideration that our shopkeepers, our retailers on Del Mar are still suffering as well. And I just don't want to leave them with the impression that we're picking winners and losers and we're focusing just on the restaurants. If there's, you know, I'd like to see the DBA, I'd like to see the the shopkeepers, the shop owners come to us with needs. And with that, I have a question for Jonathan. Have you had that kind of communication with the retailers on Del Mar?
Hi. Yes, so I have communicated with multiple retailers on Del Mar, and that is something that's on my mind as well, is to work with them, especially long term. The recovery isn't going to be just in the next couple of months, but as we move along, one of the common themes I've heard is interest in that promenade idea, which is not an everyday concept, but on occasion where they'd be able to come out into the street. I'm not getting as many applications from retailers because the model is different. You have a lot of staff with restaurants, but with retailers, it's not the same way. So there's some concern from them about putting racks or things like that out onto the street that they don't have staff to keep an eye on as well. So we have a couple of participants in the outdoor operations segment, but I think that the concept or the interest does remain in doing some form of a pedestrian environment on certain days. Again, when we are in a place where there's not the same level of concern with the virus spread, et cetera. And we've been working with the DBA on moving back into planning for that because the county is moving in a positive direction. So we have resumed those talks recently. But that's the one point at this point for the retailers. Another common thing that I've heard from them is an interest in doing some form of collective campaign within a driving radius distance of the city. And so they've reached out to me about looking into beginning some form of coordination on a wholesale economic development marketing campaign for the city, for Shop Local or Visit San Clemente for people that are within a driving radius distance, since there are people who would be vacationing even abroad now are looking at more local options, and that could be something to help our retailers and restaurants.
Swinging for the fences here, I think one thing we should look at, and I had a brief conversation with Chris Aiken on this, and actually a brief conversation with the interim city manager on this as well. I really think that we need to look around at a few of the other cities, Newport being one of them, and the concept of a business improvement district. Bids are really a great tool, Jonathan, to do just what you're talking about, having a coordinated regional marketing effort. I think at some point in time we do need to talk. I would like to see the DBA talk about the possibility of forming a business improvement district. Thank you.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to answer your question about the alleyways real quick. I have a little bit of concern on those, and mostly it was the fact of how would people find it? How would people know unless they went down there? So I think it will be incumbent upon the businesses, if it works out with staff that some of the alleyways can be used, but they're going to have to advertise more. They're going to have to tell people where they are, because some of us aren't going down and eating out yet, and the residents need the education. So I'm confident that staff will figure out, our traffic staff will figure out what is safe and what alleyways could be done. But what I'm really interested in is, Jean, when you said, we're worried about the shop owners too, this one-way opportunity to try this out, it doesn't take away the parking. So that, to me, is helping the shops, because what is bringing the people in is they're going to the restaurants, and then I'm hearing from shop owners that people are then spending more time and going through their shops. Mm-hmm. I do understand that some of them may not want to come outside. I understand that. The way they display the merchandise, it's probably very difficult to put it outside. And I don't know that they need to. Maybe they just need to put something decorative or have their door open, or, do their window up so that people know that want to go in there. That's just part of attracting business. But I think that this one-way street idea is a good one because my concern has always been parking. I knew it wasn't going to be an issue early in this process because people are staying to themselves and not out. But once we have more residents go out and it's safer for them to go out, we are going to have to worry about parking. So this one-way street idea and saving our parking for what it is very interesting to me, and I'd like to give it a try.
So if there's no more discussion, I'll attempt a motion, see if we can get support for it.
Sure, please.
Great. So I'm going to do staff's recommendation first, and then we'll go off of the stuff that we all discussed separately. So one, I'm going to provide, we give direction to remove the 50% use limitation for private parking areas. 2, expand the outdoor operations program to incorporate any local businesses impacted by the county and state health orders. 3, initiate zoning amendment to allow for outdoor operations in some capacity to 6/30/21. And 4, adopt resolution 20-52 entitled Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, directing the Director of Emergency Services to implement certain zoning-related small business assistance strategies. That's my first motion. So if I get a second for that, we could take a vote.
I'll second that. So we got a motion and a second for that. Do you want to continue, Councilmember Ham, or you want to break it up into 2?
Yeah, I'll break it up into 2 if we can vote on that one first.
All right, great. All right, let's go ahead and take a roll call vote. And so the motion was made by Councilmember Ham, second by Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson. Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Councilmember James?
Aye.
Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
And Ferguson's aye. That passes unanimously 4-0.
Okay, give me 1 second just to review my notes. I want to make sure I captured everybody's thoughts in this second one, so give me 1 second.
Better you than me.
I'll get yours in there too, Gene.
Thank you.
Okay, so my number 1 would be to direct staff to come back to us with clear construction standards for outdoor dining and retail on Avenida Del Mar in the T-zone. 2, have staff come back. These are all have a staff come back to us. Have staff come back to us with converting the Victoria outdoor dining to a full-time venue with permanent bulb outs and landscaping. 3, come back to us with a plan to implement one-way on Avenida Del Mar on the 100 and 200 blocks, and that could be adjusted based on staff's recommendation. 4, allow businesses to utilize the bulb outs with mosaic tiles for outdoor dining and retail. Allow businesses to use neighboring patios and pass-throughs and alleys for dining and retail. And 4, increase parking for bicycle access along Avenida Del Mar. Did that catch everything?
Sounds like it. Do we have a second for Councilmember Ham?
You know, you heard our comments. We don't need to write in the direction that we are going to look at the promenade at this time. Is that correct?
Okay, so hearing nothing, I'm going to ask for a second on all those bringbacks.
Second.
All right. Thank you. So we have a motion by Councilmember Ham for items 1 through 5 that he just noted, and Councilmember James seconded it. We'll take a vote. Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember James?
Aye.
Thank you. And Ferguson's an aye. That passes unanimously 4-0. Thank you. Very good.
Next item is an amended contract with the California Public Employees Retirement System, CalPERS.
Okay. Thank you, City Clerk. Do we have any comments on this item?
I don't, unless Laura received something.
I've not received anything.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Laura. Do we have Ms. Lowe here, our Human Resources Manager, to provide an overview on this item?
Yes, good evening, council members, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson. I'm Heather Lowe, the Human Resources Manager, and this item before you is an approval of a contract amendment between the City of San Clemente and the California Public Employees Retirement System, otherwise known as CalPERS. The proposed amendment would exclude from CalPERS membership future employees hired into the Park Ranger and Lead Park Ranger classifications. Additionally, the Water Safety Instructor classification would be added to the contract. This is not a new classification, but it's an updated title, so we need to make sure that the contract actually reflects updated classification titles. So we wanted to add this to the amendment as well. The addition of the Park Ranger and the Lead Park Ranger classifications as excluded positions will avoid the accrual of pension liability with respect to future employees that are hired into these classifications. And what this will do is it will allow us to have a larger ability to schedule them beyond the 960-hour limitation within a fiscal year. So in order to proceed with amending the CalPERS contract between the city and the Board of Administration with CalPERS, we are requesting that City Council take action by adopting the resolution of intention tonight to amend the current contract, as well as initiate the first reading of the ordinance that would amend the current contract. And that concludes my presentation. I am available for questions if anyone has any.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, please.
One second, please.
We have a
I
question.
have a question for Ms. Lowe. The financial, I'm looking for financial impact. So it's no financial impact, no direct financial impact at all?
That is correct.
Okay. Excellent.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councilmember Ham, would you like to proceed with your motion?
Yeah, number one, I move that we adopt resolution number 20-51, entitled Resolution of the Intention of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, to approve an amendment to the contract between the Board of Administration of the California Public Employees Retirement System and the City Council, City of San Clemente, to introduce ordinance number 17-03, entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, authorizing an amendment to the contract between the City Council of the City of San Clemente and the Board of Administration of the California Public Employees Retirement System.
Well done. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember James. All right. Let's go ahead and take a vote. Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Councilmember James?
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson's an aye. That passes unanimously, 4-0.
The next item is oral communications part 2. I don't have any comments unless Laura has received something.
I don't have any comments for oral communications part 2, but I do want to bring to your attention that we had one public comment that did not get read under item 7A, the public hearing. It was actually from Bill Hart, and it went to my junk mail, but it came in long before the public comment close-off period. So I don't know if council wants to hear that now. I can email it to you. He has some additional comments I'll email as well.
Yeah, please, Laura. It's fine. I'm fine with you reading that one comment.
Okay. Comments by Bill Hart. Human trafficking is a shameful crime that has no place in our society, and yet it exists in our very community. This evening, the City Council has an opportunity to fight against it. I strongly encourage you to adopt the recommended zoning ordinances that will deter illicit massage parlors while allowing legitimate businesses to operate as they should. I would like to share a story and make a suggestion. I recently introduced Brenda Wells of I-5 Freedom Network to my brother Howard Hart, who is chairman of the San Juan Capistrano Planning Commission. Howard is a retired naval intelligence officer. During the latter part of his career, he ran an intel center supporting Pacific Rim criminal indirection efforts. I told him about I-5 Freedom Network, and he enthusiastically embraced their mission. He's now initiating an effort to do the same thing in San Juan Capistrano as we are doing here. My suggestion is for San Clemente City Council to go an extra step and make this a tri-city initiative. Concurrent with passage of these ordinances, I recommend that Council direct that a letter be sent to the City Councils of San Juan Capistrano and Dana Point describing the measures taken in San Clemente and supporting the efforts of I-5 Freedom Network. As community leaders, we often must accept trade-offs and compromises. But this is a black and white issue, an unambiguous opportunity to do a good thing. Let's fight human trafficking and encourage our neighboring cities to do the same. And that's all for public comments.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Laura, for reading that.
Okay. The next item under commissions and committees is resignation of John McGuigan from the Coastal Advisory Committee. We did receive a resignation of Mr. McGuigan from the committee, and so this item has been agendized with a recommendation that you determine whether to direct me to recruit for applications, or whether you want to just defer the recruitment efforts until May of 2021 to coincide with the recruitment efforts for all of the city commissions and committees.
Okay, thank you.
I'd just like to thank John for his service on the Coastal Advisory Committee and move that we accept the resignation of John McGuigan from the Coastal Advisory Committee with regret, and to direct the city clerk to defer recruitment efforts until May 2021 to coincide with the recruitment efforts for all city commissions and committees.
Thank you, Councilmember Ham. Thank you, Councilmember Ward. Before we make a vote, I did have a couple of just comments and a question for the city clerk. The comments are that I understand from the chair of the Coastal Advisory Committee that John's contributions were exceptional and he'll truly be missed. So appreciate his service. City clerk, did you check in with the Coastal Advisory Committee to see if there was an immediate need for them to fill this position, or were they fine with us waiting till May?
I did not.
Okay.
I didn't check with them.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, well, Councilmember Ham made a...
Tim Ferguson.
Yes.
This is Dave Ravensdorf. Could I
Hi,
make
please.
a comment?
Please, Dave.
Yes, the Coastal Advisory Committee felt at their last meeting that they would have adequate number of committee members to make it through the year. They have 4 committee members and 1 member from the Planning Commission, so that gives a total of 5, and which would be commensurate with next fiscal year's number of committee members.
Perfect. Thank you for that contribution. I'm glad you were here. Thanks, Dave. All right, so we have any more comments before I do the roll call for the vote?
I would just thank Mr. Ravensdorf for sticking around for that comment. Thanks for tuning in.
Perfect. Thanks, Councilmember Ward. Okay, so Councilmember Ham made the motion, and I believe Councilmember James seconded it. And we'll go ahead and vote. Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Councilmember James?
Aye.
And Ferguson is an aye. That passes unanimously, 4-0. Thank you.
And the next item is a COVID-19 update by the city manager.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sund?
City Clerk, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, a couple of quick things. Sake of time. The golf course will be scheduling reservations through our new online program for the back 9. As you may recall, we did receive some comments that we were not allowing the back 9 use, and that was because of split schedules for the golf maintenance staff. We have since implemented a staggered schedule for our golf maintenance staff, and by having that staggered schedule, we're able to accommodate bringing back the back 9. And all golfers will be receiving an email notification of this feature that'll be available within the week. So I wanted to let the council know on that. I also wanted to provide a very brief update to the city council that city staff are working diligently with IT, and we'll be working with the city clerk's office to bringing back council meetings in person for the council and staff at the community center auditorium. And we are shooting the first meeting in September to facilitate that for the council to meet in person. And that's all I have to talk at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sun. Great input tonight. Glad to see that. We'll be returning to in-person. The community will be too. Okay, thank you. City Clerk?
Yes. And the next item is the League of California Cities Annual Conference. That will be a virtual meeting this year, and I agendized this to give council the opportunity to designate a voting delegate and one or two options. Let's see, you can have one or two alternate voting delegates as well. And that's on October 9th.
Okay. Thank you, City Clerk Bade. I'm happy to volunteer for one of those positions if my council supports me.
Which one do you want?
I'll take either one. Doesn't matter to me. So do we have another member to join me?
Mayor Pro Tem, I would just have a comment that when we have a council member go to League of California Cities, the council member asks, it's agendized, and the council member asks the council how they should vote on the on what is before the League of Cities. So I just wanted to mention that because I don't think we've done that as a council yet. I think we designated our staff last time, but if you do go, the issues have to come before council, and we decide how it's going to vote.
Right, I understand that. Thank you. Would you like to join me as either the delegate or the alternate? We need a delegate, voting delegate, and one or two alternate voting delegates to vote. I just want to make sure we have our voices heard.
I can join as an alternate in case you're not going to be able to go.
Okay, perfect. And let's go ahead and vote on that then. I'll be the delegate, you'll be the alternate. We'll see if the council supports us on that. So I'll make a motion for Ferguson to be the delegate and Councilmember Ward to be the alternate for the voting delegate to vote on the city's behalf at the meeting of the League of California Cities. It's a virtual meeting this year on October 9, 2020. Do we have a second? Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember James. So I made the motion. Ferguson, James seconded. Councilmember Han?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Councilmember James?
Aye.
And Ferguson is an aye, so that passes 4-0. Thank you. And before we go on to council member comments, I just wanted to see if the city attorney had any comments, or maybe I missed that. Do you have any comments, city attorney?
I don't want to, just this quick announcement, I don't want to make the night longer, but in closing out the work you just did on the business assistance and relating to the virus and the pandemic, this council's spent a lot of time since this first occurred thinking about the reopening and issues relating to free speech, free exercise of religion, access to businesses, access to public facilities, the potential liability for opening facilities. And I just wanted to say that based on that work product and some of that advanced thinking that you did, Mal Richardson, the assistant city attorney, and I were selected to present a paper on that to the International Municipal Lawyers Association next month. So we'll be doing that with Rob Fabella. I don't know which of you know Rob, but Rob's the Anaheim city attorney, but he happens to live in San Clemente. And so Mal and I will be speaking about all the things that I mentioned that you asked us to research and to bone up on. And Rob will be speaking about amusement parks and large venues like baseball parks and hockey arenas. But we'll give you the benefit of that paper. Again, it was mostly assembling thinking that you already put us to. And it will be of real benefit to our profession and other cities from all over the country. Well, all over the world, really.
Great. Thank you, Scott. Kudos to you and Mal.
Excellent. Those kinds of things.
Excellent. Great. We'll look forward to seeing that. All right. Before we go on to the, let's see, council, I have some council comments, but whoops. Okay. All right. I have council comments, but I'll allow others to go first if they'd like. Council members, do you have any council comments?
Mayor Pro Tem, this is Councilmember Ward.
Please.
I have two asks for the council tonight. The first one, Councilmember James will be interested in this. It has come up that in addition to the Public Safety Committee, a good addition would be to put OCFA. Our Division Chief, Rob Capobianco, has mentioned to me that he would like to attend these and that he thinks that the coordination with the Sheriff's Department and issues in the community would be worthwhile. So I'm going to ask the council if we could put OCFA on that safety committee. So Scott, do we need a vote for that, or does it have to come up at the next meeting?
You'd have to bring it back at the next meeting, but with the consensus of at least two, you could have that ready to go. Of course, Captain could be invited to attend that meeting anyway, but his formal appointment could wait till you can add that and then take action on it.
Okay. Councilmember Ward, did you have another item?
Well, do you want to wait for, excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem, do you want to wait to see if there's a second to that? And then we'll have it brought back.
Yeah, I have one question. Is that as a voting member?
I don't know that we talked about that. I think what he was talking about was just being able to attend and be informed and to give his insight that he could help on that. I don't think that OCFA would be voting on something that occurs in our city. I think he would just be lending his advice, and it would be worthwhile to have OCFA and OCSD work together.
I agree wholeheartedly. I will second that motion.
Very good.
So I have a second issue that came up when I was talking to a resident earlier this week. The new reef that we have that's been installed, I understand that is finished, but last year there was kelp on that reef, and this year there is no kelp on the, I think, the entire reef. The kelp is gone. So I would like to ask staff to contact the person responsible for that project. They've come to our city council meetings and have talked to us about this project. If staff would reach out to them and comment that the council has noticed that the kelp is gone, and we would like to know what steps they are going to take to return that to the reef.
Okay, me too. Thank you, Councilmember Ward. So we can have staff follow up on that, Mr. Sund?
Absolutely. We'll
Great,
follow
thank
up
you. Very good.
to the council.
Okay, before I go, council members, any other comments?
I have one additional thing, and I should have caught it in the toll road update, but I'll do it here. I think in years past, the city council has had a toll road committee, and I'm proposing that we reinstate the toll road committee, and that toll road committee would consist of the two delegates from the city to the TCA. So that would be Councilmember Ward and myself. I think we need to formalize our discussions and meet with the city attorney and the interim city manager in coordination with our efforts regarding the TCA.
Councilmember James, I would agree with that. I think it's good to coordinate, and we'll all be on the same page. So I appreciate that motion. I'll second it.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Ham, do you have any comments?
I have some comments. I want to comment on number 2 under Councilmember Adams, which is hospital update. Gene and I had a very fruitful conversation with our one respondent to the hospital RFP. Last week, we were able to go down there, and he was able to tour the facility. They have a very nice new facility. in providing hospital services and emergency room services in the city of San Clemente. And with that, I'm going to ask that we have staff bring back to us an allocation to fund a poll of our community to see what our interest would be as a community in creating revenue sources to get a hospital emergency room open. I'm leaving it open-ended on purpose, when we can come back with more concrete details and stuff.
Thank you, Councilmember Ham. I didn't quite hear. Did you tour Palomar Health, Palomar Medical Center?
I get affirmative.
Thank you very much. All right. Okay, and is there anything else we need to do on that one, Mr. Sund?
No, there is not.
No, we're good. Okay, thank you. Well, I just have a few comments. I'll be quick, and they're just
Laura, can I cut you off real quick?
Please,
I'm sorry.
go ahead. No worries.
I just want to make sure I got support from at least one other council member to bring back a staff report that provides funding so that we can poll the residents of San Clemente to see their interest in getting funding for a hospital in San Clemente.
Thank you. I believe it was Councilmember James. Yes. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Good clarification. All right. So I just have a few celebration topics for a few people here that have been long-term dedicated employees in some shape or form to San Clemente that have retired and moved on, and they've all served about 30 plus, almost a little over, close to 30 plus years, all three. So we have Stephanie Jones, Community Service Officer. She started out a law enforcement career as an explorer at the young age of 13 years old, and she was with the San Clemente Police Department for 8 years before City of San Clemente converted to the Sheriff's Department. So she's announced her retirement. She served for 27 years with the Sheriff's Department, and such a hard worker and always equipped to help, a wonderful resource and always cheerful and great demeanor even under stress. So I wanted to acknowledge her, and she'll be staying on for about just under 90 days at the request of the Chief and Administrative Sergeant to handle that transition of her duties. So, and then Lori McGarry retired. She's an office specialist. Lori served with San Clemente Police from 1977 and 93 and remained when the city contracted with the Sheriff's Department in 93. And she served as a police officer and property and evidence clerk during her years of service. And she was always dependable and helpful and a valuable resource to all of us. And I worked with all these folks for 18 and a half years of my time at the city. And lastly, Gus Nelson. We all know Gus Nelson. He managed the municipal golf course, and he retired last week. And he served 29 and a half years with the city, and pretty amazing how cost effectively he kept Uni Golf Course going during his tenure. And even some of his staff over the years had reached 40 years in service. So he was a really great guy to work for. And many beneficial improvements were made to the course under his tenure. He played a huge role, and we'll miss all of them. But I just wanted to share that with you tonight and ask my colleagues to join me in wishing them all the success and thanks for their service. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to resolutions and ordinances. On the agenda is the second reading of ordinance number 1701 concerning the Avenida La Plata Supplementary Road Fee Program.
I move that we adopt ordinance number 1701, titled Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, to end the Avenida La Plata Supplementary Road Fee Program and repeal Chapter 15.64 of the San Clemente Municipal Code.
Second.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Ham and Councilmember Ward, for seconding that. Let's take a vote. Councilmember James?
Aye.
Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
And Ferguson is an aye. That passes 4-0. Thank you.
May I make a motion to adjourn to the next regular council meeting is scheduled to take place on September 1, 2020. Closed session items will be considered at 5 p.m. and the regular business meeting will commence at 6 p.m.
Gene, before we take a vote on that, there's somebody I want to adjourn in honor of this evening. We have lost Bob Carrick, who was a pillar in this community. Many people know him as the owner of Shore Gardens, located in downtown San Clemente. He's responsible for many community projects. One of the cool ones is the center median on Esplanade down by T Street with all the palm trees. When the 5 freeway went through, he spearheaded taking the palm trees along Oak and Real that were going to be demolished and having them moved down into the T Street community. He will be sorely missed, and I will second Jean's motion to adjourn in honor of Bob Carrick Sr.
Thank you, Councilmember Ham. Very nice. Okay, let's take a vote to adjourn. Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Councilmember James?
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson's an aye. So we are adjourned 4-0, unanimous vote. Thank you all. Have a wonderful evening.
Hi, everybody.
Bye.